by saying that Parliament has made their own. By that is the truth, because the act that the Constitution said the remuneration of speakers and deputy speakers and all other members shall be determined by an act of Parliament. Parliament made that because that's what concerns us. That's ours. But when it comes to these particular bills that is also mentioned in the same Constitution, it couldn't in any way be generated from the Parliament. It has to come from the ministry. So it's not ours. Until it is presented to us, it is not ours. So I want to believe, I'm not reading his mind, I want to believe he said it in that spirit. And of course, Parliament cannot be blamed for a bill that has never come to Parliament since 1997, and that has to come from justice. So I don't think this is any way blaming the House for that. Coming to the crux of the matter, the Honourable Minister, if I'm not Honourable Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, he quoted Section 142, that says the remuneration of High Court judges, superior judges, should be determined by an act of Parliament. But Section 120 of the Constitution describes who are the superior courts, judges of the superior court. It said the courts of the Gambia are the Supreme Court, comprising the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and the High Court of the Gambia, etc. So the Constitution tells us who are the superior judges. So my question is, the Judicial Officers' Remuneration and Other Entitled Bill categorizes judicial offices, including judges, judicial secretary, masters, the sheriff, the magistrate, and Qadi. My question is, Honourable Speaker, was this the formulation of this bill informed by just that provision of the Constitution, or they depended on other areas of the Constitution? Because they said superior judges, and obviously, what is the provisions, the articles or the clauses are providing for? They are not all superior judges. So I want clarity on that. Apart from that, personally, talking on the merits of this bill, I think it's important to understand that the judicial service play a crucial role in the democratization, the maintenance of peace, and good governance in every country. It is therefore important that people who act in those areas are well remunerated to do the due diligence to the work they are tasked with. It is evident also that like I just mentioned, the magistrate and other people that have been mentioned that are not mentioned in the Constitution. I'm not averse to their inclusion. Meaning I'm not opposed to their inclusion. In fact, I support it. Because if you go around the country, you look at the condition in which magistrates operate, the condition in which Qadis operate. You remember, Honourable Speaker, we are on tour as members of the Defense and Security Committee. Accidentally, we found a traveling magistrate in a police station. He did not have a vehicle. He was using motorcycle. There was no court. He was doing his proceedings in the police station. This is the traveling magistrate, district magistrate court. So that tells you the kind of environment the magistrates in the provinces and district courts and then regional courts, high courts are operating in. That is why I'm also against the discriminating nature of the vehicle the allocation of vehicle with chauffeur, where it limits it to High Court judges and Chief Magistrate. I'm totally against it. To have my support for this bill, magistrate must be included, and even caddies must be included. They must be included. They deserve to be given a vehicle and a driver. Caddies deserve to be given a vehicle and a driver. They deserve it. Yes, people are talking about financial implications, cost and cost. I'll come to that. But I'm saying why it leaves out the caddies and magistrates to some extent. I'm not happy about that, and I think that's discriminatory. Because no one can say a judge of a high court works has more workload than a magistrate or a caddy. We see the workload they have. And I live with caddies who are renting. I saw magistrates who are renting. They board vehicles to go to work, to adjudicate on cases. And then even on security level, it seems like we see that the lives of the judge is more at risk than magistrates, than caddies. So these are all issues that I think we can look at thoroughly. And then with regards to killing the bill here, I don't think we will be fair to ourselves and conforming ourselves to the provisions of the Constitution if we kill it here, because provision says we should provide for it. Now, if the institution that is responsible to bring it, so that we look at it and enact it, if they bring it, they have done their part. What is our part now to ensure that we do something that is in line with the provision of the Constitution? That act shouldn't be rejecting it. That act is to fine-tune it the way we want it to serve the interests of the country. Otherwise, we still not be exercising that provision of the Constitution that said an act of parliament should do this. And there are many of those things in the Constitution where it is said this should be done by an act of parliament. They have been left like that since 1997. So if this opportunity comes, I think we should look at this bill thoroughly and remove whatever we think is discriminatory and whatever we think is not sustainable in terms of cost on government, and think whatever and add whatever we think is, for instance, the regulation issue. When he said an act of parliament should establish this, and you are now taking the regulation aspect that should determine the salaries. It means I'm not determining the salary. I just give you a leeway, a latitude to decide what you put there. The law is saying I should decide their remuneration. Now, if I give you a free room with a regulation to go and do, could I control what is you put in the regulation? No. Like Honorable Mbow said here, I agree with him. I agree with him in total. It should be in the act. Their remuneration should be in the act. We should decide as representatives of the people to decide over that. You cannot divorce that from and put that in a regulation. I am totally against that method. And if I am to give it my support, those aspects that concerns their remuneration should be in the bill that members of parliament can scrutinize. Because you have other opportunities to scrutinize, to make further consultations. Like another person said, the ministry done a lot of consultation. We now have that opportunity to go and do further consultation again. Open up the consultation, invite people, invite consultants, invite specific groups, the bar and others. We have that opportunity now. But I think when it comes to judges, there are a lot of allowances and remunerations that are already in the budget. Yes, it's important to reiterate it in an act. Yes, but excluding other important sectors, other important members of the judiciary is serious, as far as I'm concerned. So I think it's something we should when we are putting our take on it, we should fine tune it to the extent that it is applicable and is welcome by people of the Gambia. Because overall, I'm not sitting here as just a one individual. We have to sometimes mirror the opinions of the community we come from. People personally call me to tell me, don't approve this. I'm honest to my God. You know, sometimes they are laymen, yes. What do they see the society now? They see it as senior people dividing national cake among the learned men, among people, elitism. That's how they are seeing it. And then we should try to our best to change that image in the country. People are now being seen as dividing national cake among the people in the top brass. You know, son? People call me, and people even text, you know, so that's how they perceive it. But for me, personally, I think there are areas that we can agree to be in this bill, especially those ones I've mentioned. The caddies, the status of caddies and magistrates, and for judges, they have far too many privileges already. And then I'm not totally against the going home with the salary. It doesn't make sense to me. The lifetime security. Why him? Why the judges and not the president? No, the president will solely have it. But there are ministers who can serve the government for 10 years. Why not other people in senior government? Are these people more at risk or at threat than others? So we should be very careful. And then, you know, you look at the implications. Like other people have said, how many judges could at some point have been retired, and we need to provide their lifetime security. And even at this moment, I think they have furnished houses and all this. Are magistrates having that? So some of those things, yes. So these are the nitty-gritties we have to look at to say that this is possible, this is not possible. What is possible, we do that. What is not possible, we put that aside. But to wholesale take it and throw it away, we are still not doing the democratization process we are up to. You know, that totally I'm against that. To wholesale take it and throw it away. Let's not do that. Be mindful. This is we legislate. So whatever is there, now it is ours. We are taking ownership from the ministry. Whatever is not there also, we are taking ownership. So when the final things come out, it becomes Parliament's own, like he said. So for me, let's consider it thoroughly and look at it, scrutinize it, and sound the opinions of the people, expertise, and all those things to ensure that it serves the purpose. I would not want to bore you much. I think I can skip others. Yes. Yes, the moving allowance. You know, sometimes some of those things, you cannot comprehend how it you know, moving allowance. You understand? You know, when health and insurance cover, some of these things. So when it happens, it should be across the board, not just for high court judges. It includes the magistrates, the caddies. That's my position. Yes, let's work on all of them. If we have to work, we work on all of them. Let's not be selective, you know, because magistrates are doing a lot of work. They are inundated with a lot of work. And then you people are working on seeing how cases can be expedited because there's backlog of things. So if you don't give enough incentives to people who are like somebody said, remand, you go there, is full. And I saw in one newspaper this day, a judge refused to go to attend cases because the driver did not come to pick him. The driver was sick. So all these things affects proceedings in court. Mobility is important. So it shouldn't be limited to only High Court judge. That's my argument. I think all of them across should have it if there should be any. And then those that are not relevant in my consideration, we look at those ones and see how we do a proper enactment of this. With that few remarks, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member for Talinding. I now invite the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't think I'll be wasting the time of the Parliament because as far as I'm concerned, most of the points that I want to dwell on have already been deliberated by my fellow honorable members. But notwithstanding, it's important to also tell the August Assembly my position as a National Assembly member as far as this bill is concerned. And to be honest, I want to declare it very clear that I, Honorable Modula Mimba, I am not part of or in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Banjul North. I now invite the member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The business before us, or the bill before us, is an interesting one, and I know it has attracted a lot of debate in the country since the news of the coming of this particular bill. And I know we became very popular because the bill is coming to us. Much has been said with regards to what should be done. And I equally want to join Banjul North, not to waste the time of the Assembly, but I want to highlight few areas. One thing, I will have few questions for the Minister pertaining to the issue of Judicial Service Commission coming out with regulation to determine the remuneration, salary and allowance, and that of the gratuity and the retirement benefits. These are very interesting areas. I want to believe whether actually, if this come under a regulation and they are not in the Act, like how do we have control over this? Because this remuneration need to be determined by the National Assembly, every sector of the economy. I don't want to, I believe that the judiciary as an arm of a state is an important component. I can see the idea of actually motivating the judges in order to attract more is very clear. But there's a component that deals with the issue of salary, the benefits. I think that is very, very important. It's good to motivate them, fine, in order to facilitate their work, particularly the lower cadre. But even if you look at within the judiciary, there is gross discrimination. And I don't think the National Assembly should ascribe to that, which is very, very important. Even if you come to the National Assembly, in terms of our remuneration, there are some discrepancies that exist because certain positions come with responsibilities. And that is why we have to look at that. But if you look at the major issues, it is cross-cutting. Irrespective of elected or nominated, we are all equal. So I don't think the issue of discrimination, we should be part and parcel of that, which is very key. And one thing that I want to emphasize, there is no sector of the economy, be it in the public and civil service, that does not need salary increment because there is huge disparity between the source of income and cost of living. And that's why from the very beginning, we've been pushing seriously so that we have what we call salary restructuring. And this has not been coming. I want to believe that if we go in for this thing, this will also provoke certain sector of the economy to come up for another salary increment. I think it would have been ideal if we want to look at the issue of salary, it would have been a broader perspective. Because there was no salary increment where the judiciary were excluded along the line. But even with that, we still have these discrepancies going up because the trend in which we have been increasing salary is helping the highest cadre than the lowest cadre. So that is why we need to bridge that disparity gap to a level whereby people will have a living source of income. That is something which is very, very important. Again, I also want to look at the issue of if it is possible, if the judiciary can actually relook at this thing and come out with a comprehensive, where it is going to be all-inclusive, rather than looking at the highest cadre and forgetting about who are doing the workforce. And each of those stakeholders are very important. Sometimes your subordinate need to be well calculated. Because before it reached to me there is somebody who is doing the ground job, and they need to be factored very seriously. And there are instances whereby, if people are going to be convicted, particularly by the magistrate, sometimes they accompany them to the prisons. You look at the type of exposure that they are subject to. The family will despise you, they'll be angry against you for doing your job. So the type of risk associated to them, I don't think this bill should come and exclude them completely. So that is why right now, as far as I'm concerned, for it to go back and relook at it, so that you can come out with a better one. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, the member for Brikama South. I now give the floor to the member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to also partake in this humble discussion before us this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, I also thank the Honorable Minister for the bold step he took in bringing forward this bill to this August Assembly. Of course, Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly is aware that the judiciary of any nation symbolizes the administration of justice under the rule of law. So if you look at the objects and reasons, Honorable Speaker, of this bill, which is Judicial Officers' Remuneration and Other Entitlements Bill 2023, are very clear objectives and reasons. If you look at it, the second paragraph of the objects and reasons of this bill, if you may allow me, Honorable Speaker, say the judiciary play a very pivotal role in the administration of justice. Of course, the Assembly also is aware of this. But what we are saying, Honorable Speaker, is that the draft constitution was here before this Assembly in 2020, and so many issues pop up during the debate of that bill. Many of my honorable colleagues who have spoken before me have echoed and re-echoed that this bill was among the things that were embedded in the draft constitution, which of course led to some members, including myself, to reject it. Honorable Speaker, yes, we can amend. We can amend. Okay.
He said yes, he said continue. Honorable Speaker, you've already made a ruling on this, and we all avoided it, and then the honorable member is indulging in it again.
Honorable member for Woolley is...
You've already made a ruling on this, that we should avoid this draft constitution and concentrate on the bill. And the honorable member is indulging in it again.
Oh, now I get you. Yes, honorable members, please, let's confine ourselves to the general merits and the principles of the bill, please. I'm sure you could have just raised a point of order instead of observation. Thank you, member for Woolly East. Honourable member for Jara Central, continue, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, what we are saying is that we'll be setting a precedent, of course. We'll be setting a precedent. If we have to pass this bill, we'll be setting a precedent, of course, in the sense that we have similar stakeholders or public service groups, which you know they are also concerned in terms of remuneration. Some members have spoken here that the magistrates, of course, whom you know, are working with these High Court judges. They are all in the same premises in terms of executing duties. So if we have to deal with remuneration of judges and leaving out remuneration of magistrates, I'm not sure whether we'll be doing justice in that direction. So to me, Honourable Speaker, I would have expected the Honourable Minister to include the magistrates and other key stakeholders in the arms of the judiciary to be included in this humble bill. The other issue is, Honourable Speaker, it is, of course, one of the government reforms agendas to come up with a salary restructure. By looking at the objects and reasons of the bill, we will not see anything that focuses on that direction. And to be frank, Honourable Speaker, salary restructure should have been the best bill to bring at this right time in order to boost the earning capacity of public servants. Some members have said that we need to take this bill, allow it and commit it to a committee for further scrutiny. But my question is, Honourable Speaker, after committing it to a relevant committee, what are they going to make different in this bill? Because committing it to a committee would mean you are subjecting it to a further scrutiny, removing many parts of the bill as intended by the Justice Ministry. And by doing that, then the spirit that the Ministry of Justice had in preparation of this bill wouldn't be there anymore. It wouldn't be there. Because if we commit this bill to a committee, it means so many clauses would go out of the bill, leaving only few not to be touched. And there we are therefore wasting the time of the National Assembly, in the sense that still the report that that particular committee would come up with would also be subjected to debate. And yet, it will be difficult, and in fact, it's going to be questionable as to whether we will come in terms in debating that report. I would not waste much time of the National Assembly in terms of debating on this bill, but what I am sure of is that allowing the bill to to be committed to a committee is just almost a waste of energy and time. Honorable Speaker, the objects and reasons continues to read as follows, Honorable Speaker. The bill further seeks to regulate the conditions of service of judges of the Superior Court and judicial staff. As I have mentioned earlier, and the speakers who have spoken before me also, what about the condition of magistrates? What about the condition of magistrates? On that note, Honorable Speaker, I would want to urge the Honorable Minister to explain to me and the humble House as to what prompted him to come up with this bill and then leaving the interest of the public service in terms of restructuring salaries and all whatnot. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the member for Jimara.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, members of the National Assembly, the members of press, and the general public, I bring you greetings and salutations. At some point, I even wanted to withdraw because minority leader has already spoken my mind. But, Honorable Speaker, just to add few words, when I was sitting here listening to some members deliberating, on the matter that is of concern. First of all, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this bill. I'm not thanking him because I am well with the bill, but I'm thanking him because he's fulfilled his constitutional responsibility. Honorable Speaker, one thing I cannot take in this August Assembly, and the idea that I cannot understand is the idea of killing bills on their arrival. That is very bad. That is not telling well to our democracy, and it's also not telling well to even our understanding of our own laws and our mandates. As I said, it is their constitutional responsibility to draft something and bring it to the National Assembly. To me, it's just for them to give us an idea of what they want to do. But the rest lies in our own hands. Honorable member for nominated member Keba Lang has said it here. He has quoted a constitutional provision, Section 100, that gives us the powers to legislate. That is why we are called National Assembly members, lawmakers. For God's sake, we are not snipers that are we are not snipers that are ordered to eliminate anything that looks like an enemy. Yes, we are here to make laws. When they presented their bill, you have the powers to reduce this thing to zero. So I would prefer for us to take it to the next level, take it to the committee, do the necessary or what is necessary, and then come out with the solution. If you rush to a decision without proper consultation, you stand the risk of having inadequate information. You also stand the risk of taking poor decision quality, and also that of lack of stakeholders buy-in. You have a lot of stakeholders in this thing. So my position is for us to take it to committee. It has to go to the committee. The committee will do the needful. You know, there's a reason why we have committees in the National Assembly. If we don't have trust and confidence in those committees, the best thing is for us to eliminate all the committees and be here as animal kingdom. Whoever want to do whatever you want to do, you do that. So I urge all members to be very careful, to be very mindful. You know, in making laws, you don't rush. You take your time, you consult. Point of order. Thank you.
There is point of order from the member for Woolly East. Can we hear a point of order, sir?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Section 32, permissible interruptions. 1, no member, except the Speaker, shall interrupt any other member, except A, by rising to question or a point of order, whether proper procedures have been or are being followed, etc. The Honorable Member for Lower Fatou is always interjecting and asking people their questions, their positions before they are ready. That is not your role. You need to keep quiet and listen to people. Thank you.
Point of order sustained. Honorable members, please let's leave our colleagues on their own to present their opinions. Honorable Member for Jimara, please continue.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East, for that wonderful point of order. And yes, as I was saying, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to waste the time of the National Assembly. You know, I want to urge all members for us to be very mindful, refer it to a committee. You know, we do the needful, and then come up with recommendations. At the end of the day, the committee can only recommend. You know, we come back here and take our final decision. As long as the minister or the ministry or the people concerned are ready, or are willing, or are open for further negotiation, you know, we cannot discuss all the specific due to our procedures. But that can be done when the committee has its recommendation. Then members will put their inputs, not only to put their input, but experts will be engaged and other stakeholders will be engaged, so that we have a bill that will be citizen-friendly. We'll have a bill that will be economic-friendly, as opposed to what people think. So thank you on that note. I want to thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the member for Jimara. You said we are not snipers, but can I ask, are we or do we hold a knife and scissors to court? But don't answer, please. Thank you very much. I now invite the member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also need to thank the Honorable Minister for being very bold to bring such a thing into the National Assembly. It is important that we look at things critically. Referring anything to the committee, meaning there is a sign of willingness to accept. And as far as we are concerned, we will not be in any position to accept this. We will stand to defend the interests of this country, because we know that this country, the fate of it lies in our hands. referring it to the committee will give more room for interference constantly without rest. And we will never accept that. For how long have I been crying for the welfare of the teachers in this National Assembly? The Minister of Justice could have bring something, a bill that will combine the restructuring of salaries for all the civil servants of this country to make the Gambia a better place. We all know the problem is not in the judiciary alone. The problem is not in one of the sectors. It's in all sectors. And if the teachers are to cry here before us, some of us will not be able to go home. That is the problem that the Gambia is in. But now, we want the legislature to scam, the judiciary to scam, the executive to scam, and the rest of other people that are there, like the security, the teachers, the nurses, where will they scam from? That is the problem. This bill will not be numerated. We will end it here with the help of God, and we will end it here. Scammers can scam, but not through National Assembly. We will never allow that. Never. And with the help of God, we will defend this country, come what may. Who is telling you that as a judge, at the end of your time, you will not have employment or work? Who is stopping you from farming? Who is stopping you from fishing? Nobody is stopping you. So you are stopping yourself. You are welcome to our field. You can become a fisherman, and nobody will stop you. Actually, this nation will be defended. Democracy, you are saying that we refer this to the Committee for Progress of Democracy. We are not calling for democracy. What we are calling for is for a nation that can stand and defend its resources. If democracy means looting, we are not part of it. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, the member for Fonyi Bintang. I now recognize the member for Lower Fuladu West.
Thank you very much. I think this is overdue. But before I start, you see, we don't want senior NAMs to play, I've supported a draft. I did not support a draft. This is a bill before us, and it's not going. This has to be dead here. Let's put it straight. And then, you see, something is happening in the gallery. Because you defended the draft, and this was in the draft, you continue to defend it. It will not work here. This is the 6th legislature. Smart, intelligent NAMs, we are saying no. This should die here. And this is part of parliamentary procedures. When something is going and we know it's not in the interest of the nation, dead on arrival. And this is dead. In fact, Speaker, the people of Lower Fuladu told me that first, we don't expect that the minister is going to come with this thing in parliament. When it goes, they realize that this is gadgeted. They said, please, do not partake to it. We are against it. We will not support it. And I'm against it. And I'm not supporting it. And I'm urging all members not to support this. Let's be fair. This country has to move on. Look, we just see an FPAC report what is happening. Yesterday, I'm crying in my heart. I feel by now so many people could have been arrested. But there is no arrest, and again another thing is happening, another looting or another coup d'etat, economic coup d'etat. It's not going to be accepted. Please, with due respect to NAMS, everybody, sending it to committee, we are just delaying and wasting time. Mr. Speaker, my position, and I've got a lot of position, they say dead and this is going to die. We are not going to support it. You see, here we represent the interests of the people. Everybody knows what is happening in your constituency. They consulted us and said, this is something that should not go, because if you do this thing, so many in other areas are sending their requests. Education, health. Are these people better than us? Are these people contributing to this country more than we are doing? Look, thank you, Honorable Fonyi Bintang Karanai. You see, after becoming a judge, when you retire, Jakali Pachat is there. We have vast land for you to go and work. It's free, self-employment. The river is there. We have nets that the government can even give you to go and catch fish. Employment is readily available. Please, colleagues, members of parliament, I urge all of you to condemn it and don't even suggest for committee. My position is no committee is finished here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member for Lower Fuladu West. I now recognize the member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, let me use the opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for tabling this bill. Honorable Speaker, I will be very, very, very brief. I don't want to take long. But I will first, my intervention will start with the comparison that the Honorable Minister came up when he was moving his motion. And then as you can see, the comparison continued in the bill. Because you can see the Chief Justice is compared to the Vice President. The judges are compared to ministers. I think the other judges are compared to permanent secretaries. The other ones are compared to normal civil servants. We are all working for the betterment of this country. Let's avoid enmity within the institutions. Let's avoid hatred within the institutions. If we start comparing each other, this institution is looking at the other one. We cannot be equal, that's true. We cannot be equal, that's true. But also let's avoid comparing this institution with the other institution. We are all yearning for a better Gambia. We should be very mindful with that. Because like people said, this thing came out, I think, before I received this bill. People have been calling me, asking me about this thing. I have a police officer who told me within my constituency, my house allowance is $250. And also I asked, we are talking of risk allowance. Now we are saying the judges' risk allowance. Who is more risky than the police officer who is going to arrest? The officer is facing more risk than the judge. Now the judge also is asking for security at his compound. When bandits, armed men come, who are they going to attack first? The security officer. So who is more risky now? We should be very, very mindful when we are dealing with this. For me, I want the minister to gather this and go back. Let them bring us salary restructure for all institutions. For all the institutions. Because, people, we are insulted. If we pass this today, we can hear every sort of nonsense. Insults, a lot of insults. Because as Honorable Baji said, the member for Talindi, people are now saying only those at the top cadre are just enjoying the Gambian cake. So we should avoid that. We have teachers. Let's motivate teachers to go and teach as far as Bolibana. Let's see what incentive we have to give them to give quality education to our kids. Look at today. The private schools have more quality teachers than the public schools. So I think by going with this bill, I'm not giving it my blessings. The way it is, in fact, people are suggesting to sanitize it. But I believe when you went to sanitize it, only 5% will come back here. 95% will be thrown away. So what is the essence of the bill anymore? That's confusing. Let's just stop it here. Let them go and prepare another thing. Let them bring salary restructure for all civil servants, all government institutions, and we see what to do about it. The officers are suffering. Teachers are suffering. There are better facilities, hospitals, but they lack quality doctors. Nobody wants to go to the provinces. People are calling me from all over. I said, a police officer, he said, our house rent is $250. What can that pay? So, Honorable Minister, I think you have to put your house in order. Because also, by quoting also the section 120 of the Constitution, the judicature, we have the magistrate, the industrial tribunals. Why orders are catered for under the judiciary and orders are left behind? It's not fair. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, for me, I'm not giving it my blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for being very brief, and I wouldn't want to be in a session where you will not be brief. Now the member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think our executive have a problem. September is a very bad month for the executive. September 2022, that was the Black Day for the Gambia. And here we are again on the 12th of September. We have another controversial document before us. Honorable Speaker, I think these reports or documents before us need some cleaning. And I want to support the idea of not killing this bill at this stage. Members have to understand we need to go by our documents, our instruments. The standing order is very clear. When a bill is mentioned, from standing order number 63 to 75, it gives you all the opportunities to go through and do all the needful that you need to do. And that is a process and a learning process, and that is a learning point for the mover of the bill. So the Honorable Minister is going to learn so that all what is being said here, he will go back to his team, discuss with them, and look at the loopholes and show the mistakes that they have made and try to amend it. And I think that is very important for us, Honorable Speaker. It is very important as National Assembly members, let's do our work according to the dictates of the Constitution and the standing orders. As others will say, the Bible and the Quran. Because this is what is going to keep the National Assembly alive. And if we do not do, we are not going to be supporting the ideals and the ideas of our representative. We must remember, we are representing our people. Section 112 is telling us of the 1997 Constitution, whatever we are going to do in these chambers has to be in the best interest of the Gambia people and our conscience. And our conscience will not be fulfilled if we do not go back to our representatives. So committing this to a committee, we are opening it up to our people. We can call people from Wuli, we can call people from Sandu, we can call people from Kantora, all over the country to come and share their views and their position on this document. That is the only way we will be moving with our people. Honorable members, and I think we need to understand, we should be able to differentiate these three arms that we are talking about: the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. One thing that we need to understand is the judiciary depends on the legislature for resources and programs that they need to do. That's what they are doing. They are only here for us to help them, to give them the resources to be able to do their work. But that work that they want to do, if the resources that they are doing are above the timeline that is not in the best interest of the Gambian people, we can say to the minister, this is not sustainable and it is not in the best interest of our people, and we will be in line with Section 102 of the 1997 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this for me, that is my point, and I think we should from here henceforth should not be killing bills at this center, at this first reading or second reading. Let's give it all the necessary steps that are needed, and that will be a learning point for all of us and everybody who is going to participate in this. On this note, Honorable Speaker, let's give this to the committee and they do the needful and bring it back here. If it is not satisfactory, then we can send it to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Combo South. I now invite the member for Sandu.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The bill before us today is very important. As previous speakers alluded, this is a bill very controversial. And to not waste the time of the House, I want to believe that this bill is not a citizen-friendly bill. It is not also a budget-friendly bill, owing to the fact that just some days ago, the Honorable Minister responsible for finance was before us here. He has alluded to the difficulties, that the constraints that we have in our budget distribution. We have sectors, education, health, and other sectors that are crying for budget shortage. And the time of bringing this bill is not favorable. What do we explain? What do we explain to the people? What is our reason that we want to pass this bill at this very fragile time? My stance is more of economical than anything else. That we don't have the resources, we don't have the affordability to pass this bill at this most crucial time. We are budget constrained. What we need to do right now is to mobilize resources, to increase our efforts in mobilizing resources, to make sure we stand on our feet as an independent nation, not to rely on outside support. We can do it. But we have to curtail our expenses. Most of the budget is going on personal emoluments. What is our development budget? For me, my submission is more of economical, and for that reason, I'm not consenting to this bill at this stage. Until we increase our mobilization efforts, then we can come in with a bill like this. For that reason, I'm urging the minister to withdraw this and go back until we are ready as a nation, until we are ready as a nation to foot a bill like this. Thank you very much. Yeah.
You are raising on what?
I just want to announce my presence and appearance, please.
Huh? Oh, you are announcing your presence. Yes, let me inform you that your turn was due, and I called you to give you the opportunity, but you were in. Minority, yes, minority. Thank you very much. Thank you, Member for Sandu. I now invite the Member for Parliamentary.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've gone through the bill, the Judicial Officer Remuneration and Other Entitlements Bill. And having gone through this document, Honorable Speaker, I'll be very much briefed. But I also want us to remind ourselves, we the honorable members of this assembly, let's remind ourselves with the retired police officers. How are they moving around? How much are they earning as a pension in this country? Let's remind ourselves with the retired teachers. How much are they earning as a pension in this country? And many other people, civil servants who got retired in this country, and how much are they receiving as a pension? Honorable Speaker, as alluded by most of the National Assembly members, my colleagues, having deliberated on some of the areas in this document that we need to throw out this particular bill. That is my stand. And I will boldly stand in this parliament to show the whole Gambia, and of course the member of this parliament, Honorable Speaker, that I am representing Sanimentary constituency, and the people of Sanimentary constituency are completely against this bill, that we should throw it out, and I concur with them, because I am their representative. Honorable Speaker, having gone through this document, clause 18A, which reads, pension equal to last salary in service shall be payable to the occupant of the office of the Chief Justice who retires after serving as such for a period of 5 years. Honorable Speaker, I cannot even understand this statement, number one. So I will urge the Honorable Minister to elaborate more on this, to my understanding. B, which reads, any other judge of a superior court shall enjoy a pension of full salary upon retirement after serving for at least 10 years. As I said earlier, how much is a retired teacher or a retired police officer receiving as a pension in this country? I don't think it is fair enough for this statement to be part of this bill. And also the C reads, any other judge of a superior court who at retirement has served for less than 10 years but more than 5 years shall be entitled to a pension of 3/4 of his last salary. Honorable Speaker, I believe, yes, I'm just quoting from the bill itself. Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, please, order. Honorable member, please, please sit down, ma. Honorable member, you know, when you quoted first and second, I just allow you, but that is not in order. We should confine ourselves on the general merits and principles of the bill, and we avoid going into the specific of the bill by quoting provisions and highlighting. Thank you, ma. You may continue.
Thank you very much. That's okay, Honorable Speaker. But entirely, we're speaking about the bill. I am talking about the bill, and my stand, in conclusion, is that I am completely against this bill, because I am reminding myself about the ex-police officers and the retired teachers, and I felt that this money or pensions or whatever the judges are claiming to be pensions or whatever payment they are supposed to be given, I expect that to be spent on the youths and the women to empower them in this country. An MOU of 2018 was signed to $20 million in 2018, which was there to empower the youths in agriculture. We don't even know how it was implemented. And I expect we should come back and review that area and then look at ways that we can empower the youths and women of this country. Thank you very much. In conclusion, I am completely against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the member for Standing Mentoring. I now invite the member for Upper Fuladu West.
Well, thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Justice and the Justice Department, and then Honorable National Assembly members and all those present in these chambers. I think the bill before us is very, very important, important in the sense because if you look at the judicial component, because they are also a component in government, which is very, very important. But going through the objective and reasons of the bill, like where it states the judicial of any nation symbolizes the administration of justice under the rule of law, which is a crucial factor in good governance and ultimately a sine qua non to the peace and security of any nation. And the judicial therefore played a very pivotal role in administering justice and maintaining the rule of law. Ultimately, it is a critical player in the realm of democracy and constitution development and have a key role as one of the three pillars of state component. So it is in this backdrop that necessitated the need for this bill. Anyway, if you look at the judicial component, it's very, very important because we all know the role that they play as far as governance and government is concerned. But in my sincere opinion, I know I am not in the heart of the Justice Minister, but if he can talk to this August Assembly, frankly, that this bill is drafted without his consent. Maybe he's not the very one who drafted this bill. This bill is drafted, though he is the Justice Minister, but maybe he cannot come openly to disagree with the bill. But I'm pretty much sure that the Justice Minister himself is not in line with this bill, simply because if you look at the bill,
Honorable Member, please take this.
Yes, because if you
Honorable Member, please. Honorable Member, please put off your mic. Honorable Member, please, let's debate on the general merits and let us not sound the personal opinion of ministers or the Vice President. Please, he's out of order. Who is that? Please, member for Kiang West, please. He's out of order. Well, okay. Please, please sit down. Honorable Member for Latikunda. No, Honorable Member for Latikunda. Honorable Member for Latikunda. You said you know the orders. Please, please, sir, let's maintain decorum and follow the standing orders. And even the way you address me is disrespectful to this assembly. You are putting the office of the Speaker and the assembly at disrepute. Please. Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West, please refrain from asking the minister's personal opinion or putting him.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I withdraw that statement. I am very, very sorry indeed. But what I just want to put across here, like what the Englishman says, you cannot put an old wine in a new container, assuming that that old wine is a new wine. It's just that the container has been changed. Because many speakers have alluded that the main reason why they rejected the draft constitution, this was, part of it. Why is it that the drafters, they expunge this one from the draft constitution and bring it as a bill to the parliament? For me, the way I am seeing things might be bringing it to parliament in order to dribble the parliament, but it cannot be business as usual. Because if you read what is codified in this document, you will definitely realize that it's very, very segregatory. Because I am a little bit confused, and I would definitely want the minister to to explain that to this August Assembly. Because if you go through this document, you will come to see, a lot have been said about judges and then judicial officers, but magistrates and cadis, as other speakers have alluded, are not captured in this document. And then, if you look at the judicial component, all these are key players and they are all important. Because to me, the work that is done, what magistrate, the work that they do, the High Court judges, they are not doing that work. Because magistrates are spread in the length and the breadth of this country. Because we all know that the work that they have doing, and also the sufferation that they have undergone. If you also look at the CADI, they are also under the judicial component. But you cannot draft a bill whereby only one part of that component will be captured, then the remaining ones are sidelined. For me, I am not anti-judicially, or I am not here to say definitely, or we should not do this or that. But what I will advise the drafters, I will advise them to go back and draft it properly and then bring it back to the Parliament, because it cannot be business as usual. And before I draw conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I want people to understand that what is in Buddhist is not always what is in Badas. So I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I wish you had enough time to tell us what you mean by what is in Buddhist.
No, sorry.
No. Please. Another time, not today. Another time, sir. Now, the member for Janjamure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for taking your time to bring forward such a bill. But then, I equally want to join my colleagues to share what I think is the opinion of my electorate, because it's about representation, and as such, we always do what we call consultations with those that send us in these important chambers. However, Honorable Speaker, I think after listening to the deliberation of my colleagues and also reflecting on the economic situation of this country, I want to believe that your timing is indeed bad. Why do I say this? I think in the month of August, September or so, we believe it is always a dry period. It's always difficult for citizens. And looking at the Gambian environment, I think most of the people, more especially the electorates among the citizens, are more of farmers, meaning their income earnings are very, very low. Therefore, bringing such a bill for it to help in addressing the welfare of the judiciary system, I am not really convinced if the time is really apt. Therefore, I would recommend for you to go back with your bill and continue to consult with your drafters to come up with something that would be convincing. Even colleagues who were saying that we should send this to a committee for scrutiny and review are still not convinced that this is what we definitely expect at this very moment. Therefore, I wouldn't really think it is important to send this to a relevant committee for scrutiny, but instead for you to go back with this particular bill to the staffs of the judiciary to further look into.
Honorable Member, please take a seat, sir. It's approaching 5:30. I, at this time, suggest that want to move either to sit beyond and member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion that this assembly sit beyond 6 o'clock. Thank you.
And do what?
To finish business in hand.
No, all you do?
Second the motion. The motion is we sit beyond 6 o'clock and finish business. And finish this particular motion.
No.
Business.
No.
This particular bill.
Please, yeah, please, take a seat.
Bill.
Yeah, take a seat, sir. You know, the member for Upper Nyomi have not put up a proper motion. That is why I gave the floor to raise a motion, but not a second, because if not, I'll give him the floor back to put up a motion, to amend his motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Then I rise to move a motion that we sit beyond 6 o'clock and to finish the bill at hand. The bill, I mean, the bill. Not the business, the bill.
Honorable members, order please. Honorable members, please, earlier on I requested that, please, Deputy Majority Leader, please, for him to amend his motion because it was incomplete. And he came up with a second time to amend the motion, but he is restricting it only to this motion and not the order of business for today. That's why I was doing some consultation. Because there's already a motion on the floor, because for him, I'm not sure if you want to withdraw, because his motion is only for this business.
Please. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, then I withdraw my motion first.
All right. Member for Kantora?
Yeah, I want to appeal to other members. Looking at this session is a very short session, and in a week time, we'll be close to adjourning. And we have a lot of unfinished business. So let's please endeavor to finish the business at hand and adjourn. Please.
Member for Lower Salum?
And secondly also, clarification please. And secondly, dinner has been provided for us to have.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move motion to sit beyond 6 o'clock and finish business.
Any second, Olyundum?
I second that motion.
It is moved and seconded that we finish beyond 6 o'clock to finish business on the order paper. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The member for Janjanbureh, please continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. What I was trying to put across here is I think it will be important for this August Assembly to be considerate with time. What do I mean to say to be considerate with time is referring this bill to a committee when they have a whole lot of work presiding over other bills. I think that shouldn't be something that we should go by. What we should do here is to allow Minister to go back with his bill, do the needful, and ensure that at least it meets 50% of our expectations than the way it is. Also, considering the economy of this country, I think just 2-3 weeks ago, the Minister of Finance actually banned all international travels for the simple reason that he said the government don't have money. Yesterday, when the FPAC report was here before us, some of the issues that actually emanated was, for example, with the young people of this country, even an office space, the government cannot build it for them. They're still renting. Since those days when some of us were youth leaders, we have been renting a space to preside over youth matters, and the trend continues. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the same young people, I think 2-3 years ago, there was a fund that we're rolling out to actually build multi-purpose sporting facilities in the regions. It clocks about 4 years. Those structures are still incomplete.
Honorable, please.
Simply because we don't have the money. And now we are bringing forward a bill to cater for the judiciary. Personally, I'm not against the judiciary, and I can attest to the fact that they're doing really a great job. And we should indeed work very hard to endeavor that the judiciary are completely independent. But again, I'm not convinced that it is only money that should actually serve as a motivation for some of us in serving the Gambia. We have seen people volunteering their time for years without earning a dalasi, but they're still committed to the cause. Talk less of those that are earning in a month a minimum of $50,000 or $75,000. A security, an official car, a utility car, and we are saying they're still demotivated. I don't want to believe in some of those things. I think with the judiciary, more especially with the judges, we have given them a lot in order to serve the interests of this nation. And why are we doing this? Because we want the judiciary to be as independent as anything. So for me, this bill might come at a better time, more especially if the Ministry of Finance can work indeed hard to mobilize more resources, more especially around revenue mobilization. As we speak in this country, things are not going fine. Even the farmers are crying. Right now, you go to my constituency. The farmers there have harvested their crops, but they cannot in fact have a simple tracing machine to do the needful. And we are here saying we should pay judges a pension that is as equal as to their salary. Where on earth have we seen such? Where on earth? I think we need answers. in order to be convinced. Honorable Speaker, for me, I wouldn't say we should throw the bill because there were efforts made to actually put up this bill together. And we shouldn't really make those efforts to be worthless. This is why I want to propose, and I want to make it very clear. As much as I'm not in support of the bill, it will be better for the Honorable Minister to go back with his bill to the Ministry of Justice, let them preside over it, and see some of the things that you heard from the honorable members that you can incorporate in the bill in order to suit the aspirations of the members and as well as Gambians as a whole. On that note, I will take my seat, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the member for Latikunda, Sabi.
Thank you very much. It's already dark and my eyes are not seeing well. But I will try to see what I have written here. Honorable members, I think we need to reconsider when bills are brought before the National Assembly. There are processes. Let's ask ourselves, what pleasure or pride do we have to say, let's kill it here, let's bury it here, let's do so, let's do A, B, and C. In my considered opinion, let's refer the bill to the committee. By way of that, the committee is going to expose the process to wider public consultation. Let's remember we are only 53 National Assembly members. We have 2 million people that we are making these laws for. When we refer the bill to the committee is going to do extensive and wider public consultation. When they come back with that report now, we now know this is actually what Gambians say. Some of you are saying, my constituency told me this. And I'm sure it's less than 2% of the people told it. If 2,000 voted for you, you're obstructing Honorable Mbow. If 2,000 people voted for you, you cannot convince me that you have spoken to all the 2,000 people and they told you to come and say here, no to the bill. I'm sure that is totally impossible. So let's reconsider.
Point of observation, Speaker.
I'm appealing to honorable members. Let's reconsider, subject this bill to the
honorable observation, please.
So when the relevant committee...
Honorable observation, please. So when
that happens now, they will bring their report. I'm sure that report is going to be a very progressive report. I can see the disturbance on the AG with regards to recruiting judges. For where AG got it all wrong is where he compare and contrast National Assembly to the Judiciary. Probably you thought that was going to motivate us to say what is good for the goose is good for the gander. But this has definitely provoked the action of some National Assembly members. I'm sure that was not well placed. But I beg you people in the name of Allah, let's give this bill to the committee. We are not killing the bill. The bill will go to the committee, and the committee will get back to us. Then we can have an informed decision. There are troubles recruiting judges in this country. I have to be very, very honest. There are troubles. Judges are not, people in the bar are not enticed or motivated to go to the bench because of the small amount of benefits. What they said can be reduced. Instead of giving them full salary, we can say half of your salary. Instead of giving them 2 months paid vacation, we can say no, 1 month paid vacation. We can say no, we are not giving you judges. And the AG, I think you also need to be very clear with us. I have a few questions that I want you to answer for me. How many judges do we have in the Gambia, from the High Court up to the Supreme Court? I also want to know what is the projected cost of all these benefits and salaries when they are combined for all these judges. You know what I'm talking about. And also, are non-Gambians included in this benefit? non-Gambian judges, are they included in this benefit? And also, me and you know there are judges that doesn't deliver cases for the past 2 years. Are we ready to subject all judges to performance contract? Where we're going to tell them, you must deliver so and so cases in such a, we can tell them, you must at least deliver 50 cases a year. So by way of this performance contract, we can now see how do we motivate our judges. But I go back to what I said. Honorable members, I beg you in the name of Allah, let's subject this bill to the committee. We still have, this committee is still run by us. If it is the Human Rights Committee, the Social Justice, it's still National Assembly members who are going to interact. Will the public, you're going to call the, and we are saying that the bill has affected so people. We are saying that.
There is point of order from Member for Opanyomi. Member Kane. Please put off your mic.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, Order 67, second reading of the bill. On a motion being moved that a bill be read a second time, the general merits and the principle of the bill may be debated. We are here to debate on the general merit and the principle of the bill. What the honorable member is asking, that's one is at the committee stage. Thank you so much.
Yeah, because, thank you. He asked several questions, and some are seemingly on general, and I'm not sure the other one, how many judges are there directly specific. I will come back on this. Yeah, proceed.
Thank you very much. Finally, most of us said the bill has affected so and so section of the society. This is the essence of a bill referring to the committee for consultation. The magistrates are going to be consulted, the Qadi members are going to be consulted, the lawyers, the private lawyers are going to be consulted. Then by way of that, the committee is going to bring us something for consumption. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I invite the member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my argument will be surrounded around Section 142, which talks about the remuneration of judges.
142 of which book?
Of the Constitution. Section 142. No, sorry, section, is it 142? Yeah, which talks about the remuneration of judges. And this bill includes others that are not catered for in this provision. So to my understanding, there is a question of the legality of this bill. So on that note, I would like the Attorney General to dilate more on that. So I will also recommend for this provision to be either amended or repealed in order for us to be able to discuss about this bill. Because this bill includes magistrates, and the provision is talking about remuneration of judges. as the Honorable Member for Talinding cited, Section 120, has explained who are the Superior Court judges. They don't include magistrates and cadis. So again, with the issue of salaries, I will also recommend for government to establish a salary review commission that will look into the food basket of every household and responsibilities of household heads to design a new salary structure. Thank you very much. On that note, I submit.
The member for Latikunda Savage. Okay, he's gone. All right. The member for Kantora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I've listened very keenly. The business before us here is a bill presented by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for the judicial officers' remuneration and other entitlements. Pursuant to the Standing Order 18, what we should do is to debate the principles and the merits of the bill, which has been advanced in the bill. When the Minister of Justice moved for the Parliament to read this bill the second time. Honorable Speaker, before going to the bill proper, the founders of democracy today, wherever they are more than the word happy. What really manifests here is a true democratic autonomous parliament. Dissenting views, divergent opinion has been manifested. At a point, you wouldn't know where is the minority side, where is the majority side. This has been driven by the sense of nationalism, sense of nation force. Honorable Speaker, the bill before us is for the National Assembly members to do their constitutional mandate. The only approving authority, as far as bills are concerned, is this August Assembly. It is in that spirit that the executive has fulfilled their obligation, respecting this very institution, to lay down this bill before us, to have our bite. And it is based on that today we are deliberating the pros and cons, merits and demerits of the bill. And when I listen keenly, what really manifests in the chambers, people are really in support to look at it keenly, exhaust every avenue, and see how best we can tie it up. It's a learning lesson for the executive and also a learning lesson for the parliament. Honorable Speaker, information is very key. You can't make an informed decision without getting the requisite knowledge or understanding of an issue. Based on that spirit, I am appealing the entire House for us to take time, peruse through this document, understand the nitty-gritty, understand the sense, understand the spirits, and what it aims to achieve. It is only through rigorous perusal, through committee referrals for us to understand at committee level, do a broader spectrum of consultation, invite relevant stakeholders, and tidy it up there so that the executive will know that we are up to task in defending into the country, in uplifting the integrity of this parliament. Honorable Speaker, as I alluded, when this bill is referred to the relevant select committee, I would also request immediately from the minister to conduct an all-party caucus with the consultation with the both sides of the leadership of the House for us to meet and discuss further. It's not only enough to only commit it to the relevant committee, but you need to sound the mind and also explain to them. Some of them are in limbo. We need to understand the nitty-gritty of this bill. So we'll create the avenue. Both sides of the House will sit down and discuss informally. It is not a formal engagement, but very informal. Knowing that, of course, we will give the all rights and privilege for the tool of the committee, that is for the committee to look at it, do their necessary engagement, invite expertise to look at the bill and do the needful. It is also not harm to broaden the conversation, for us to have more understanding, for us to have more consultation, for both sides of the assembly to meet at our own volition, to look at this thing appropriately and see how best we can tie it up. Honorable members of parliament, honorable speaker, this bill is not a Quran and a Bible that say you can't touch it. Myself, I have serious reservations on this bill that I wouldn't be a party to pass it at its original form. If I am to pass it now, my position is to reject it forthwith. But it's because I have an avenue, I have an opportunity to look at it, to dissect the bill, clause by clause, part by part, to put my input there. I will take the chance to sit with the committee to add my input. We understand that every member that spoke here, you are driven by your conscience, you are driven by national interest. We cannot be seeing things equally. Nobody has uttered a word that is wrong. If we should think alike, then we are not thinking in these chambers. It is obvious that we should think differently. It's obvious that we cannot see the same thing at the same time. So I'm appealing again for members to give the benefit of the doubt, for the bill to refer to the relevant committee and allow a broader consultation, tidy it up as the way you have a reservation, that is the same way we also have a reservation on the bill. And I assure you, we will go at every length to make sure that this bill stands the test of time. It is not enough just to have a bill before you, read through it and pass it. If we can add value, if we can add substance, if we can eradicate discrimination on the bill, there is an opportunity for us. I'm appealing to all of you for us to look at it, to end discrimination. This parliament should not involve, this parliament should not aid and abet anything that would disenfranchise, that would discriminate any other sector of the society. Every sector is relevant. And it's in that spirit we are calling each and every one of us that all the reservation you have, let's bring it to the floor of the committee and engage the minister and put those things before them. Honorable Speaker, during the consultation, we will also write the Minister of Finance to come and explain to us the financial implication. Members of Parliament has also raised an eyebrow on the financial burden of the state. Is something we should really consider. And that is why it's important for the minister to also extend the invitation to the Minister of Finance to come and advise the committee on the financial implication of this bill, to make sure that any decision we are taking, we will not regret at the end of the day. We have country at heart, and inshallah we'll do the needful with this bill. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, we want to apologize for the language being used. And I think when he comes to respond, he will apologize for the comparison.
Point of order.
This has really hurt. Yes.
There is a point of order from the member for Fonyi Pintang.
Honorable Speaker, Point of order 29. 1. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. The honorable member is an honorable member of parliament and not the minister. Cannot apologize on behalf of the minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader, please sit down.
Okay.
Point of order.
No, there is point of order, so I have to rule on that one.
No, I'm on a different point of order.
Let me rule on that point of order, then I come back to you, sir. Yes, point of order sustained. We should confine ourselves to... Thank you. There's another point of order.
Thank you.
The member for Woolies.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the point of order is 29.4. It shall be out of order to use, 29.5. No member shall input improper motives to any other member. The honorable member is saying he's apologizing on our behalf because we have used language. I have not used any language. That's what you said.
All right, order, please. Majority Leader, don't use your mic if I don't give you the leave. Now, his point of order is being challenged by the member himself, saying he have not used those words or that term. I will give the opportunity to tell us what terms he used exactly. If there is still disagreement, then I will consult Hansard.
Speaker, as a leader, I've listened keenly. What I used, I'm saying. What I said, I'm saying. I am saying, on behalf of the minister, because the comparison of parliament and judiciary really hot did not go down well with members.
No, that was not what you said.
No, okay.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Member for Talenda, you want to clarify? No, you know, the issue is there's a point of order. Please, order. The member for Cantora, please, the member for Cantora, I may not be able to use the exact words that he used, but you were apologizing to members on behalf of the minister. And in that you said, for what? Order, please. Order, I'm going to do my ruling on this. Majority Leader, you apologize on, please, I said you apologize on behalf of members.
No.
Please. Yes, please, you apologize on behalf of you apologize to members. He apologized to please, don't put words in my mouth. He apologized to members on behalf of the minister. On minister trying to compare parliament and the judiciary, that warranted some of the members to some of their language used.
Anyway, Honorable Speaker, I withdraw.
Honorable Speaker.
Sorry. No, yeah, I withdraw. Sorry. So I withdraw.
Yes,
I withdraw.
He was trying. Oh, he withdrawn. That's over. Order or only on.
I want to observe. Please, I'm begging.
No. Yeah, you can only observe when someone is on the floor.
Please, Honorable Speaker, you are on the floor. Can I observe that? Please. I'm begging. For sanity, it's for the whole House.
No, sir. No, sir, you can only observe when a member is on the floor.
Can I dribble then, huh?
No, sir, no one is on the floor now. Please, sir. Majority Leader, please proceed, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. On a more serious note, I'm appealing. There are tools and mechanisms available to us in Parliament. Let's make utmost use of it. Let's refer it to relevant committee. As I said earlier, each and every member has 1 or 2 reservations. If these reservations are not put into account, it's not captured, your doubts are not cleared at the committee stage, you are free to reject it. I appeal again, let's allow the bill to sail and be referred to the committee, relevant committee, for further scrutiny, which will create an avenue for a broader spectrum of consultation. And then we tidy it up. All those financial issues that we deem they are not sustainable, we scrap it off. All those things that we think that are not in the best interest of the country, we can remove them. You have the power. This is the last hope. Last man standing is here. Anything that is not approved here is not law. So I appeal. Please, Honorable Speaker, let us allow the bill to be referred to committee for further consultation. I thank each of you for your contribution. Like I said, no one to be blamed, no one to be blamed for anything. What you said is guided by conscience and for our nation and the interest of the nation you think. So please, let's allow the bill to be referred to the relevant committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. I now invite the member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much. I also join my colleagues to thank the Minister for a job well done. And I will also join my Honorable Majority Leader and the Minority Leader, and also other colleagues who joined the Minister's effort in bringing his bill in front of us. So, what is important here is our role as parliamentarians. So, killing the bill upon arrival might not be the solution, but we have a responsibility, and there are many ways to tackle this bill. So, in essence, I join my colleagues in allowing the bill to be committed to a committee, and we make due diligence. That is better to say that we kill a bill upon arrival, and it will not also set a good precedent on other bills that are supposed to come. They've made mention it here that His Excellency, the President, on his Suna, said that there are many bills that will be coming, and other private bills are expected. So who knows? I urge my colleagues, as mentioned by the majority and the minority, to give the bill a chance. But it's just a framework that is brought in front of us. And we have our capacity as honorable members to look at it and then delete what might not suit the citizens. We also have the capacity to give them not what they demand, but what is best for the nation. But clean the bill upon arrival is not what is expected of us. And I don't think that will be like, I will call running away from our responsibilities. Our responsibility is not to kill bills here upon arrival. It's to take the bills, they are just a framework that we need to modernize, that we need to put. It's like we have to make the bill palatable. We have to work on the bill. Yeah, you don't expect, please, you don't expect these people to bring us things that are palatable all the time.
Please, members, allow him to contribute. Continue.
Yes, we don't expect them to come. That's why we say bill. That's why we are here, to make laws. So they will come with their bills, and we look at them.
Point of order.
Point of order from who? Member for Fonyi Bintang, Kranai, point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 29, contempt of speech. 2. 3. It shall be out of order to attempt to consider any specific question upon which the Assembly has taken a decision during current situation. So the issue here is
allow him to explain, please.
The honorable member is questioning, and we are not yet in that stage of considering.
Thank you, honorable member for Fonyi Bintang. You are out of order.
Okay. No, thank you. You see, there is a section in the Constitution that was quoted here by my previous speakers, that this is an act of Parliament, and that it is the Constitution that demands it, and that the act for the Parliament is already done. So we should be very fair to look at this from both sides, than clean it. I'm not saying per se give the minister that he demands, no. But look at it thoroughly. Code it according to our size. Code it according to the size of our nation's cake, and give them what is due to them. And in fact, according to them, most of these things are already being given out, like travel allowance. Whether you know it or not yet, these judiciary are already benefiting from travel allowances. Yes. So most of these allowances that they are talking about are already given. So the minister have stated it. This is, please. I did not obstruct any one of you. Please.
Order, please, honorable members. Member for Central Baribu, please, let's allow him to continue.
They have stated it here. This is just the legal framework to bind their duty, to bind their functions. They have been doing most of these functions that are not already binding legally through the act. So this is just what we are doing to complement the act. But the action, most of these actions are already being taken. So in essence, we need to fulfill one portion of the judiciary's functions, which is to bring the act here in Parliament. This is what we are doing. That is what we are expected of doing. So, but nobody is telling you that to give them something that we cannot give them. Now, I refer you back to budget sessions. Ministries comes and lobby. Ministries comes and lobby amounts of monies in millions that you give them. But sometimes you don't give them the actuals that they demand. It's just similar. But please, we have to be very much reasonable and conscious of what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Nyamina West. Earlier on, point of order was raised by the member for Opanyomi during the deliberation or contribution of member for Latikonda Sabiji in respect of the question he raised earlier on. And I promised the House that I will get back to you. And his questions to the minister were, one, he wanted to know, he said, what is the projected cost? 2, whether non-Gambians are included? And 3, how many judges are in the judiciary from High Court to the Supreme Court? How many judges are in the Gambia? In my ruling here, I hereby rule that the order is dismissed and the questions sustained. Now, I give the floor to the member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are debating on the object and the reasons of Judiciary Officers' Remuneration and Other Entitlement Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, I'm very sad when I hear my colleagues making deliberations as if the standing order and the procedures of lawmaking, how a bill should come through us. We are not here to make a drama. This is a very important and respectable house. We are not here to be using language to kill. I'm going to kill something, it's going to die here. No. We need strong institutions. We don't need strong men. Honorable Speaker, the standing order 68, committal of a bill to committee. If a bill is introduced to the National Assembly, it goes through stages. First reading, second reading, the third reading. We have all right as National Assembly members, whatever we think is not fit in the bill, to take it out. We have the mandate, we have the powers. We can refer it to a committee also to do a further scrutiny, to consult within and outside the country and learn best practices. And that's the norm in this National Assembly. Why this now? How many bills pass through this National Assembly? We refer it to a committee. There is a clause. When a bill has been read a second time, it shall stand referred to the Assembly Business Committee to committee. No later than 3 clear working days after the conclusion of second reading, the Assembly Business Committee, on a motion without notice, shall commit a bill to refer for detailed investigation and report by a select committee, standing or special select committee, a committee of the whole Assembly. We still have the powers. We still have time. Why the need for us? People make reference to the draft constitution. That was how it was aborted here. So should we also repeat the same history? Let's give ourselves time. And our committees. What is the essence of our committee? Somebody made mention of it. Let's give the committee to do the job. If we are not happy, we still have the right to amend. Lawmaking is a process. Honorable member made mention that, we have to save this country. Let's call a spade, Mr. Speaker. We call a spade, and truth is truth, and it's no offense. We gave ourselves salaries in this house and allowances. We pass it here, and you, Deputy Speaker, your salary was increased with the Speaker. We have vehicles we allocated for us, and this is a sister institution that needs to be supported, to be independent, to do their job without any interference. So today you want to, serve yourself, you don't want to serve others. This is complete. This is exactly.
Thank you very much for giving me the time. I think
there is point of order from the member for Nyanija.
Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, Order 29.5, no members have input in proper motive. That statement is to withdraw, honestly, with all honesty.
The order from member for Nyanija sustained. The honorable member for Central Badibu, please withdraw that.
Honorable members, we are quoting each order. I don't input any motive. What I'm saying is the hard fact.
Order.
Is the hard fact.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Please, order. Honorable member for Central Badibu, that one is improper motive on members. Please withdraw that.
Honorable Speaker, withdrawn. Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is very clear. We allocated for ourselves in this house, which is evident. We allocated. We approved a budget for us to be remunerated. And our salaries and
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
They were increased, Honorable
Speaker. Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order by the member for opinion.
Honorable Speaker, point of order 7.3. The Speaker's ruling shall be final. I think the honorable member have to understand the Speaker's ruling shall be final on all questions and procedures and order. Honorable Speaker has asked you to withdraw and refrain from that topic completely. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, may I observe, please?
Let me rule on this. Order sustained. The honorable member for Central Badibu, I sustained the order and asked you to withdraw. You did, and at the same time you went back again, and that is not expected of you.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker.
Please, can you please withdraw that?
Honorable, withdrawn. Honorable Speaker, the object and the reason of the bill
Honorable Speaker.
is for us to look at the...
There is point of order from the member for Lower Salon.
No. This is clarification from the member.
No, I'm not sitting down. It's a clarification. It's not point of order. Honorable Speaker, so we're looking at the object and the reason of the bill. I'm not concluding that the bill is completely 100% good. Honorable Speaker, what I am talking is for the bill to be referred to the relevant committee to do their work and come back to the National Assembly, then we make a vote on it. And I'm appealing to members, we should not be sentimental when issues come before us as far as the bills are concerned. I thank you all for your kind attention, though with rejection.
The member for Central Badibu. Thank you. Thank you. I now recognize the member for Tumanda.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, as far as I am concerned, I'm a little bit confused because the way and manner some members are treating the bill is as if the minister is doing something unconstitutional. I am sorry if the language is not correct, but it's as if the minister is doing something that is not in line with the constitution. As far as what the minister is doing is in line with the constitutional, is in line with the constitution, I think we need to desist from this notion of let's bill come, we are going to kill them at this stage. Definitely speaking, as the previous speakers did mention, as far as Parliament is concerned, we have all tools, we have all materials to see to it that we have to treat bills according to how we should treat them. Because definitely speaking, if we kill this bill at this stage, as far as I'm concerned, we are not doing justice to the bill. I think we have to allow the bill to go, treat the bill, give it to the necessary committee so that they can scrutinize it. They can involve all the stakeholders that are affected. They can make a lot of consultation. I think that is going to give us more, give us a correct bill. Okay, because as far as I'm concerned, I believe that there are a lot of things in this bill that are very good. Even though there may be some things that are also not good. So for that being the case, we should not stop it right now here. We should give it a way to go. Along the way, we remove some bad things that are embedded in it. That is my stand. I want my colleague, we all support the bill for it to be committed to the right committee so that we can do justice to the bill. Like the majority leader and the minority leader stated, we have a mandate. We have a mandate. We are lawmakers. Definitely speaking, we should not be sentimental over issues that are on the floor here. Because killing this bill, as far as I'm concerned, some people are making consultation with their electorate. That is very true. But if the way we are putting it also, actually speaking, doesn't stated what actually how many people you have in your constituency and how many people have consulted you or you have consulted your electorate as far as this bill is concerned. So definitely speaking, let us not see bills and say, okay, it's because of this, it's because of that, we are going to kill it. I don't think that is a right process. That is not a right practice. What is more important is let us allow the bill, free of political sentiment, free of whatsoever. Let's treat the bills the way we should treat them. Actually, if we cannot make a final decision here, let us allow our committees. We have to trust our committees. We have to trust each other. We have to know that we are all here for the betterment of Gambia. If we cannot do things right now here, let us give time for the other group of this parliament to go and sit over it. Because they are there because of that. So the committees, the FPAC or whatsoever committee, I think they are there to do that. Honorable Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, myself, I have a lot of reservations as far as this bill is concerned. But that should not stop. That should not make us to stop this bill and throw it away. Because the lower cadre in the judiciary system and also the cadres, I think this should affect all of them, down to the grassroots, even the I don't know how they call it, even the please allow me. Okay, so I think that is very, very important. I think my stand is...
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
My stand...
There is point of order from Fonyi Bintan.
Thank you. Permissible interruption, 32. Point of order 32. B, to elucidate on a point of clarification some matter raised by another member in the course of his or her speech. The honorable member went to a point and said, D. We want to know what he means. Thank you.
Honorable member for Fonyi Bintan Karanai, I'm wondering if there can be probably a law that will punish members who are deliberately trying to either mislead or waste the time of Parliament. You are out of order, sir.
Thank you very much. The intention is to distract me, but I think I will manage. That's it. Another objection that I have in the bill is about the performance. The performance. But all those things can be figured out when we give it to the committee, so that the committee can be able to have a round table with the relevant stakeholders, so that the ministry need to convince us how is this going to impact the life and livelihood of the people of the Gambia. Because anything that is going to be a law, it should have an impact. So I think those are very, very important. Honorable Speaker, with that few remarks, I beg to take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member for Tumanna. I now give the floor to the member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I first of all thank the Minister for coming up with this proposal, as it is a constitutional right for each of the ministries or any ministry to come with a bill to this National Assembly that need to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, my stand in this bill still stands since the very day I received this document. When I received this document, there's a level that I put on it, and I'm still standing by that. I'm seeing a big no to this document.
if we are to sanitize, we already know that there is a problem, that's why we need to sanitize it. Let's look at the salary structure. Let's look at the traffic officers that are dying on our highways, and nothing is even given to their families. Honorable Speaker, the minister started with comparison, and I think that comparison is very important. I'm urging him, for him to go back with this document, to compare the bill and the economic situation of this country to see whether it suits our economy or not. Honorable Speaker, after consulting my people, I am to be guided by my opinion. After going through the bill, there is no need for us to refine it, there is no need for us to sanitize it, but let it go back until it suits the standard of the Assembly and also suits the standard of the economy for us to approve it. On that note, I rest my case.
Thank you very much, honorable members. May I now invite the Attorney General and Minister for Justice to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate.
I think my brother from Congo South said September is a difficult month. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I first have to start by clarifying what I said. If we had the opportunity of making reference to the Hansard, I think it would have helped. It's very difficult if you are misunderstood and you have to sit to allow that misunderstanding to repeat and repeat for hours and you don't have the opportunity to clarify. That was why on 2 occasions I was trying to seek the floor, but your standing orders, I think, dictates otherwise, so I have to wait for my turn to make a clarification. Yes, I made a comparison, but the comparison that I made is being taken out of context completely. All I said is the Constitution have made provisions for Act of National Assembly to provide for conditions of service for certain organs of government. It has made provisions under Section 95 for the National Assembly. The National Assembly one has been passed in 1997 and amended in 2007. It has made provisions for former presidents. That was also passed. The ministers also have got act that dictates their gratuity payment and other things. Judiciary is the only organ of state that do not have an act of National Assembly, and that is prescribed under the Constitution as well, like other organs of government. They don't have it. That was what I was saying. I was not comparing the content of your conditions of service as opposed to the content of the conditions of service against the other sectors of government. I didn't say that. So I was not looking at what Parliament has, judiciary should have that, or what judiciary should have, executive should have that. That was not my argument. All I'm saying is, and I'm not blaming Parliament for that, all I'm saying is we are far behind schedule. This bill is long overdue. Because the 1997 Constitution prescribed we should have one bill like this for Assembly. We've got it. We should have one like this for the Executive. We got it. We should have one like this for the Judiciary. We've not had it since 1997 when this Constitution came into being. That was all the purported intent of my comparison. I never said, okay, Parliament had a vehicle, so Judiciary should have a vehicle. I was not comparing anything of that kind because I knew very well that the terms and conditions of service of various organs of government cannot be the same. So there is no need for me to do that comparison. And I think I need to make that clarification so that people understand that I was not saying what is provided for Parliament or what is provided for Judiciary should equally be provided for another organ. No, I was not comparing the content of your terms and conditions. I was saying the same Constitution that says Parliament should have an act to prescribe your terms and conditions is the same Constitution that also prescribes Judiciary should have a similar bill, and this bill is coming in that spirit. So I'll make an attempt to clarify some of the issues raised, but the unusual thing happened. Usually if us from the executive moves a bill, the member that seconds is supported. For me, the member that even seconded my bill opposed it. So that's very unusual. And that is my honorable friend from Upper Salum. Is it lower? Lower Salum. But that's okay. That's normal. You are barely doing your job. So no qualms about that. But I wanted to start, before looking at various specific comments that were raised, to state that the judiciary is an arm of government. And if we do not empower them, even your job as legislators is incomplete. Because the laws that you made are interpreted and enforced by the judiciary. The other comparisons that members were making, like other members of the society, doctors, engineers, teachers, they are not an organ of government. They are part of the executive. And there is a public service and a Public Service Act and a Public Service Commission that looks into the affairs of those people. I agree with you. The conditions may not be at the level where we all want them to be, but we are going through a reform. And this reform has to come in bits. So you will know that there is a new public service ministry created and there is a public service review. So other professions that are working in government belong to the executive, and they are under the Public Service Commission, and the Public Service Act applies there. Just like you have the Judicial Service Commission dealing with judicial service for judicial officers, and we have the National Assembly Service dealing with National Assembly matters. So these are the three organs which I think we are all comfortable with, we all understand. So this time we are talking about the judiciary and the judicial officers. So these are recommendations that we received from them. For us at Cabinet, we went through it. We are okay. It is your turn, and I beg you give it that opportunity to go through it. At this stage, from a lot of things that I have had, it appears you need time to even understand the content of the bill probably better. And part of the general things I'm saying, just last year, the National Assembly Service have recruited one of my best draft persons from my ministry. This is a good sign. It means our National Assembly is not where it was a couple of years ago. The National Assembly Service is improving. You have a skilled draft person now among your staff. That means you can redraft bills. You are not, this is not like take or leave situation. When you send it to the committee, you can add, you can remove, you can edit, and you have the capacity in-house now to do that. So you can open it to consultation. The other parties that probably you think have not been consulted, nothing is stopping you from consulting them during your consultations so that their views are adequately represented. So it's not a situation where take it or leave it. But I think we've drafted, good or bad, you are in receipt of it now. You are now fully seized with this bill. What you do with it is entirely in the hands of the National Assembly. And I urge you to take a closer look to the bill, because it has a lot of good in it. Same said, what is the urgent in this? And I think many other speakers repeated it because it's a provision in the draft constitution and so on. But eventually agreed that it should go to committee. Now, even constitutions usually, of course, the draft constitution that failed here contained some aspect of this, not all of it. But constitutions usually will not contain all the details. Even if the constitution is passed, it might say there is a need for an act of parliament to give the details. And that is why this bill is coming. So even if we have the draft constitution, we might still need an act of parliament to do the details. Because the constitution will not be able to spell out all the details that a legislation can contain. So the argument that, why not wait for the draft constitution? I'm saying even if the draft constitution is passed, you will still need an act of parliament for the judiciary to define and elaborate on their terms and conditions of service. I saw Councillor raise something that many other members also alluded to, which is, on the face of it, it looks discriminatory. The magistrates have not been covered. But magistrates are already covered. To the extent to which they are covered might be said not adequate as compared to judges. But this is something we can work on. Let me, at this stage, do a clarification on, because we all partake jointly in legislative process. I saw a member quoting Section 100 of the Constitution, which vests the legislative powers of this country in this National Assembly. At the executive level, bills originate from sectors. Even within government itself, central government, the sector initiates the bill-making process. And when they initiate it, we expect them, not Ministry of Justice, the sector that is initiating the legislative process for that sector that they want to regulate, they initiate the legislative making process and they do all the consultations, and quite often, in fact, they bring a zero draft to us at Justice. We possess the skill to draft it to standard, and then the sector takes it to cabinet. When it is endorsed in cabinet, then it comes here. In this case, I would not be able to respond as to the extent of consultation because it is initiated from the sector, and the sector here is the judiciary. This is very similar if I receive a bill from the National Assembly that you want me to table on your behalf. I wouldn't question because I will assume National Assembly Service would have done all the consultation before they sent me the bill. So I received this bill from the judiciary. My understanding was judiciary may have done their own internal consultations already before it came to me. So my responsibility was to take it to cabinet, and cabinet did its part of the review. So it is now for the National Assembly to do its part of the review. But like I said, at committee stage, magistrates can be invited, caddies can be invited, and they can have their representation and their views can be harvested and see how best, if you think they are not adequately covered, how best they can be covered. So I have talked about so many other things that probably Councillor continues to say regarding the teachers, the directors. The 2 months leave, I think Councillor also mentioned the 2 months leave, which subsequently I think Latrikunda Sabiji mentioned. The leave period for the judiciary. This has been a debate even among ourselves. I mean legal fraternity. Judges have a longer leave than almost everybody else. It's a fact. Because courts close at the end of July. That's the superior courts. The subordinate courts, the magistrates continue to work. They are only entitled to normal 1 month annual leave like everybody else. But the superior courts close at end of July and they open the beginning of October. So you have the month of August and September during the summer. And the Christmas, they break. To observe the Christmas is very short, usually a week, at most 2. And a similar break is also enjoyed for Easter break. So cumulatively, in a year, you can put their holiday to be between 2 to 2.5 months, or close to 3 months. Now, in some quarters, they believe, okay, why should they get more leave than, somebody told me, why should the judge get more leave than even the president? Who gets 1 month? Ministers get 1 month. I don't know how long you people have your leave. But the thing is, some things are unique to certain professions. And like some of you, the speakers, were saying, we shouldn't be comparing everything. Like, don't compare apples and oranges. So there are certain things that are unique to the profession. Because their holiday is linked to the closure of the court. So if the court is closed, they go. But, I would say you can invite the bar, you can invite other people to give you their thoughts on this. But all I know is the current status of the leave is dictated by the Courts Act, because under the Courts Act, I believe Section 6 of the Courts Act, allows the Rules Committee to make rules and prescribe the holiday period, the times that the court will close. So it's not cast in stone. And I consulted the judiciary, and they are not even also averse to their leave being reduced. But also, the members of the bar also benefit from this leave, because when the court is closed, it's the time when the lawyers are on break as well. They enjoy their leave and they want to travel, they want to do their things. So if we say the courts probably instead of closing end of July, they should continue to close by end of August, this is something else. I believe the judiciary is not averse to it. But if it is only the long leave that we are averse to, like I said, all of these things can be trashed out when we allow the bill to go to further consultation. Honorable member for, nominated member Fofana, I think, asked about how many judges do we have, how much they are paid, how many. This is close to the questions that were asked by Latikunda Sabiji. Judges we have currently, the answer that I got is 27 judges throughout the country. So it's not a big number. So, and they are the only profession that retire at 75. The rest of the public service retire at 60. Judges retire at 75. At 75. That's their compulsory retirement age. No, at 65, if you get 65, you can, like in the public service, there is voluntary and compulsory retirement age. So at 65, approaching 75, between 65 and 75, you can have the option of retiring, taking out retirement, provided that certain conditions are met. But the compulsory retirement age is 75 for judges. And if you retire at 75, I mean, anyway, I leave that to the rest of you to think about it. But that's only time they can stand to benefit from this kind of pension and another thing. So judges currently there are 27. We do not foresee in the near future of our total number of judges hitting anywhere 50 at most in the foreseeable future. We cannot double this number. I mean, we are a very small country. Even if we have to put courts in the regions and everywhere and they are all fully functional, we do not see ourselves doubling this number very soon. I'm not saying it will really happen, but not very soon. So we're talking about 27 people. So if you compare that to the rest of the public service, we're only talking about 27 people. Of course, if we bring in the magistrates, the number expands, because the magistrates are far more than the number of judges. The magistrates and caddies are all mentioned in the bill. So like I said, probably what is provided for them, in terms of vehicular allocation, I had some of the members raise that, it's not as automatic right that they get vehicle, but they will be entitled to vehicle loan under the normal public service scheme, and so on. So these are things that at committee level we can elaborate, discuss, and trade off if necessary. Nyanija, okay, I have not recorded much except that you are vehemently opposed. Kiangwe's former president's law, spouses of judges, gratuity, National Assembly. Now, the gratuity that is proposed to be paid to the spouses of judges is, ordinarily, the bill talks about pension and gratuity. So they are entitled to pension if they retire, normally. If they don't retire and they die on the service, all that this bill is saying, just pay the family 6 months of their salary and that's it, one off. They die on the service. Ordinarily, if they get to retirement, they get pension. If they die on the job, this bill is saying pay 6 months salary, one off, to the spouse, and that is it. So it's not that the spouse will be on pension. It's a one-off payment of 6 months salary of the late spouse, if it were a husband or a wife. Most of the things cuts across. Upper Salem, the same thing, magistrates left out. Now the issue of the Chief Justice compared to that of the president's bills. The current former President's Act that we have, laws are saying the president is entitled to such pension after serving 2 terms, which under our 5-year term system is 10 years. And the Chief Justice is entitled to pension after 5 years. Again, like I said, all these things could be something that can be discussed. I don't think all these things would make us just throw away a bill. These are things that you have the power to adjust. Now, the salary is being left to regulation. I think that's an important one, still on the upper side. But if you go through, that's why I said maybe some of you just skimmed and did not give a deep reading. But if you go through into the bill, the Judicial Service Commission will only make a proposal if their salaries is to be reviewed. And the proposal is to be sent to the President for approval. And even if the President approves it, it has to come to Parliament because you approve the budget. So they are not going to give themselves an automatic pay rise. They cannot. And it's important, I think, at this point, let me say, those of you who are concerned about the economic impact of this bill on the economy, there is no direct economic impact of this at the moment. Because passing this bill doesn't mean the judiciary, their current remuneration system is going to change. It's no. They are going to continue where they are until at such time that the overall public service pay is going to be reviewed. Then the law, this bill, if you read it, it says they are only entitled to suggest review of their pay only when the overall public service is doing a review. Then they can also review. And when they review, they are not going to approve it for themselves. They send it to the President for approval. If the President approves it, it has to be in the draft budget and brought here. So they don't have an automatic right of raising their own pay. Nobody does that. So like I said, I think some of these things, when we go into the committee stage, they can be explained further. And if they are not clear, or you reserve the right, like I said, once they are explained and you understand them, you are not happy, you can change them. But I think you need to give yourself the opportunity for it to be better explained. So, yes, the Judicial Service Commission will have the right to propose their pay, salary, allowances, and gratuity in a regulation. But if it is going to change from the current one, they will have to seek approval from the President.
Honourable Minister.
Well, the Speaker, I cannot give you the floor. The Speaker can give you the floor, not me. So,
Honourable Speaker.
Okay. All right. So I'm asked to continue. I used to have a lecturer that says, don't disorganize my organized way of thinking. So sometimes when you interrupt, it can affect the flow. So yes, so there's no worry that we are entrusting the Judicial Service Commission by regulation to propose a salary structure for the judiciary. That salary structure will be subject to further approvals, so it's not automatic. Now, Busumbala said current economic situation, magistrates left out, like I said, some of these things were repeated. Security, how about the security generals, police commissioners? Okay. Now, on the issue of economic situation, I think I explained that. The impact of this bill economically on our budget, you are the ones who passed budget, you will see. Because this went through cabinet and we have sought but you can still invite Minister of Finance or his experts. You don't have to rely on what I'm telling you. But Ministry of Finance have gone through it and they are satisfied. There is no immediate financial impact of this bill. Because how many judges will be on retirement at any given point in time if they have to retire at 75? Currently, we have only 2 Gambian judges on retirement since the creation of the judiciary in the Gambia. Only 2 judges ever retire for 50 years after independence. So at any point in time, how many judges are we going to have in retirement? So, and those 2, unfortunately, are not captured here because there is no retrospective clause. They retired, I think, sometime last year or year before last. So, on the issue of other securities, all I can say to that Honourable Member for Busumbala, the reforms are coming, but it has to be by sector. I can say from my knowledge, I know the Armed Forces Conditions on Service Act, what they call the TACOS, it's been reviewed, it's finalized. The police are reviewing their act. So reviews are going, because we are going through a transition. I'm not too sure whether we have to say we wait until everybody is ready, we come at once, which is difficult, because I don't think that's the way government operates. For today, we are dealing with this one. And this is part of the reform and the judicial reform that we are doing. If, like somebody said, if we want to attract talent, and we want to retain talent in the Gambian judiciary, we really have to do the needful. So, for that honorable member for Busumbala, work is on and is ongoing for other sectors and as well. So, Brikama North, I thank you. Not much issues raised that I should respond to, very supportive. And the issue of Gambianization has been raised through. Before now, probably one of the reasons why there was no much need for this bill to come for all those years since '97, probably there was no possibility of Gambian judges even retiring. Maybe when we have started seeing 1 or 2 judges have retired in the last 2 years, we said, oh, we then need to make a provision for this. Because before, our judiciary was manned by non-Gambians. So they don't retire on our bench. They are on contract and then they go home. So there was no need for their pension or gratuity issue to be legislated. Now we are Gambianizing the judiciary. And we have, like I said, we have now seen 2 judges retire. And there is no legislation talking about their gratuity payment or their pension. So we said, no, then there is a gap. If we have it as ministers, MPs have it, judges should have it. Fair. Bakau also made mention, similar to Busumbala and other speakers, directors, nurses, but my answer will remain the same. They are under the larger public service purview, and I agree with members who emphasize that they cannot be left behind. There is a need for that review too. I'm not directly in charge of that. So those of you who say, Minister, take your bill back, and when the entire review is ready, you come. I'm not in charge of that. But this one, I'm in charge of the justice policy, and we're moving. But not all sectors move at the same pace. But we take your word for it, and we take note that there is a need for a general overview or review of other professionals as well. You also raise economic impact, but the answer is the same. Nominated Cisse, acknowledges controversial, but issues of exemption from tax, how about the president, the magistrates? There is already a bill for former president, which has been reviewed, it has been gazetted, and might be tabled soon before the National Assembly. So some of you who believe this package is better than the existing package of the president is true. You cannot have a former president being paid $50,000. Okay, and when we get to that, we'll talk about that. But we have seen the living effect of that in reality. But it's suffice for me to inform you that, yes, on the face of it, this bill looks better than what currently exists for a former president. But the status quo will be reviewed. Jokadu. I hope I will be able to convince you by the time I finish that you give the bill the opportunity to go to consideration stage, and you have the right to remove, replace, adjust, anything you want to do with the bill. Olyundum, again, I hope you will accord the bill an opportunity to move beyond this stage. Also mentioned magistrates being left out, and so on. We have Sabah Sanjal, also talked about magistrates, but Sabah Sanjal raised A very good point. He made a constitutional reference of section 68.2, which talks about just the same way I talked about 95 for Parliament, and I think 142 for the judiciary as we are here. 68.2 is the one that also said the President's pension, gratuity, and other things should be prescribed by an act of Parliament. He is concerned about the current economic situation, but this is not going to be a monetary bill on the current budget as it stands. So, but Finance Ministry can tell you that at your consideration stage. You don't have to take my word for it. Jarol, I'm not too sure whether I should repeat your words, but I don't think this is an attempt to coup anybody, because I said you mentioned the word coup against the public service. Of course, you are right. Some of the provisions came from the draft constitution, but it talks beyond that. Joshua, welfare of the top leaving the bottom. The legislation, the section 142 that we're making reference to, the one that we're taking a cue from, says a judge of a superior court shall be entitled to such salary, allowance, and on retirement, such gratuity and pension as may be prescribed by an act of National Assembly. So, maybe by whatever reason, the subordinate courts, the lower ones were not mentioned by section 142. But I will bring forward the concern of Serekunda, member for Serekunda, that whether that will not raise legality issues of the bill, because the caddies and magistrates that have been mentioned in the bill have not been mentioned in section 142 of the Constitution. I would say no. It didn't exclude them either, so there's nothing wrong adding them. If they were mentioned and left out, that's a problem. But it mentioned a superior court judge. So the bill, in essence, is progressive. It included those that are not mentioned. The minimum requirement is the judges. But it talks about, the bill is talking about the judges and added magistrates and caddies. So this is okay. But Honorable Member for Joshua, yes, all judicial officials face certain form of risk. When I was leaving the judiciary, I was a magistrate. I left as principal magistrate. I know the risk. I've been going to work either on my own private vehicle or sometimes on taxi. I have convicted people, and I met with them in the street after serving their prison term. They shake my hand and say, "You recognize me?" And I say, "No, sir." They say, "I was the one you convicted." Right. So I have got colleagues who boarded a taxi and they sit next to an accused person that they are going to be hearing their case when they arrive. Yes. So that's to show you, yes, the risk is there. We are trying to mitigate that risk as much as we can. Of course, again, based on the availability of resources and whatever. So, but the job that judicial officers do, yes, to be honest with you, is far completely different from the kind of job that most of us do. We are all important, but we have to recognize that there's unique differences in the kind of jobs that we do. Banjul Central. A slight misunderstanding. Is Banjul Central here? Yes, just a slight probably misunderstanding I need to clarify, because I quoted you saying probably, yes, you agree the ministry's needs need to be taken care of. However, what is specifically, this is not specifically about the Ministry of Justice, this is Judiciary. Quite sometimes people confuse the two. Judiciary is not under me, per se. I'm in charge of the justice policy, but Judiciary is an organ. It's like when we have a Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, doesn't mean the Parliament is under him. So that's the issue. So this is a complete organ of government. So this bill is not self-serving, per se. you know, it's not self-serving. Okay, quite a lot of concerns about the pension being equated to the salary and the fact that it will increase whenever their counterparts who are serving their pay increases. I see this is a key issue. When this bill was drafted, a comparative study was done in the sub-region, especially in Commonwealth countries. And this is what I'm told they found: Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria. So we are not doing this in isolation. But subject it to committee, get experts, solicit people to come and advise you better. Don't take my word for it, but I urge you to submit it to committee. Because judges are not only prevented from practicing their skill to earn the living after they left, but they cannot even also use it even while they are serving on the bench. They cannot go for extra income. They cannot. A medical practitioner can open a private clinic, can run a pharmacy. A judge is not allowed to practice law outside of the chamber of the court while in service, number one. So their entire income will be limited to what you pay them. And when they leave office, they are also not allowed to practice their skill to earn a living. So that is unique. There are several reasons. Well, okay. So I hear why, but I'm told don't answer. So let me just limit the answers to what is here, unless I receive supplementary questions. Of course, the need to assess, I agree with you whether it went through need assessment. I think these things need to be established, like I said. So when it gets to committee, we will satisfy ourselves whether all this is done. Woolly East. Honorable member for Woolly East mentioned building bureaucracy. But then, again, went further to say, well, the bill is just a proposal. I agree, it's just a proposal, so you have full right to look at the proposal and do what you want to do with it. But you made mention of per dieming, equating the per diems with VP and others. I need to explain this. And I'm not saying it's cast in stone again. It's something that you can look at consideration stage. But what we looked at is, this is only for per diem when they travel out of the country. And like one of the contributor speakers said, most of the things in this bill are already in place, you know, they are not new. Probably some of you are scared that we are introducing something new. They are already paid per diems when they travel, like any one of us. We are only codifying. They only get, some of them who, if government can afford to give them quotas, they are already in quotas. For those that government cannot afford to give them quotas, they are paid the housing allowance. That's why it's an alternative, either or. They already have their securities in their homes, orderlies and securities. So most of the provisions in this bill here, we are not bringing new things. We are codifying it because it has never been codified before. But for per diem, it is the Chief Justice that is put at the same level with the Vice President. The judges of the Supreme Court are put at the same level with the ministers. Then the judges of the Court of Appeal, the same level with the permanent secretaries. The rest of the judicial officers will be determined by their level in the public service. Basically, that was what it said. And that's only limited to per diem when they travel out of the country. I don't know your per diem rates as National Assembly where they travel. I don't know whether any kind of pegging was done. But that's not a bad comparison. There's nothing wrong if National Assembly will peg your per diem to another sectors. Normally we do that. That's best practice because you cannot fix these rates in isolation. You must have a baseline where you compare it against. So that's all that is being done. To say Chief Justice per diem should be at the same level with Vice President of the Republic when he travels, The judges in the Supreme Court, the same level as ministers when he traveled. Unfortunately, we didn't extend the comparison to you because we don't know your per diem. We only know ours. So we said the Court of Appeal judges will be the level of the PSs, and that is it. Probably if yours is higher, we will link it to yours. I don't know whether it's lower. Oh, okay. Then we have, of course, still on Willis, you made mention of the Constitution JSC function. Just consider this as one of those recommendations of the JSC that you made reference to, 147B. So it's now a recommendation that is we are trying to codify. So take it as it is JSC that sat and performing their constitutional function, and they had a list of recommendations, and now we are bringing it to be codified. Makes life easy. Bundung, was there any proper consultation? Like I said, I take full ownership of the bill, but I was not involved at the consultative stage. But I invite and encourage you, like other speakers have said, at the committee level, like you normally do. Even if we have done consultation, normally, you still do your own second consultation to verify. So still, I think you do your consultation at your level. And you made a very good point, Bundung. I don't know where can I find Bundung now again. Where? Oh, okay, yes. Made a very good, valid point on overall we should look into the issue of destitution of people who have served their nation. And I think this is a very good point. I cannot agree with you more. It's difficult for somebody, in whatever capacity, and in this case it's a general response I'm giving, not only to judiciary. If you serve your country at certain level, for certain period, it doesn't tell well us on a nation, as a nation. After that kind of service, you will find you in the street in destitution. To be honest with you, as a nation, it doesn't tell well on us. I don't want to give examples, but I'm just agreeing with Honorable Member that honestly, yes, and like you said, I'm very au fait with the Local Government Act. The last time I checked, there was no pension available to councillors, irrespective of how many terms they came back. It's only available to mayors and chairpersons if they do 3 terms. I agree with you, but this is why probably as a nation, slowly, step by step, we're reforming. But if each reform comes, we kill that one. When are we going to get there? So I encourage you, let's not kill. This is one of many reforms that we are supposed to do. And all these reforms cannot come at one go. No matter how much ambitious we are, they cannot all come at once. They have to come one at a time. So Bundung, I agree with you on that point. Talinding made mention of, okay, I know at some point oh, okay, good. Yes, I have made a clarification of what I termed to be the misunderstanding that was going around about what I said. You and Kiang West are the 2 MPs I had that really, I believe, probably and nominated member Fofana, who understood, probably, in my view, exactly what I said. I was not intending in any way to compare National Assembly conditions of service with conditions of service of any other organ. All I was saying is the Constitution provided for conditions of service for all these organs. We've done for 2. 1 is outstanding. Can we just do it for them so that we complete the constitutional requirements? So thank you for that clarification. So you also raised concern about caddies and magistrates have been left out. They have not been left out, probably not adequately covered. But caddies and magistrates have been defined to include the meaning of judicial officers, and they are judicial officers. I think this was still Talinding. It's disheartening to hear that you met a magistrate holding proceedings in a police station. Very, very abnormal. But these are some of the probably infrastructure challenges we are dealing with. But I would take that note seriously. I don't think that can be encouraged. How about, I mean, I take serious note of that. So, some of you use strong words as probably is discriminatory against magistrate. I would say not discriminatory. I would just say they may not be adequately covered, but you are at liberty to see what is possible. But the good thing is, hardly there will be a magistrate that will retire as a magistrate. Because there's a chain of elevation in this profession. Magistrates ultimately always become judges. So, hardly you have a magistrate that will retire and ask for pension as magistrate. That will be very, very, very rare. Every magistrate is aspiring to become a judge. So when you talk about the pensions and gratuity of judges, you are definitely including magistrates indirectly in the pension. I'm not talking about other facilities. Other facilities that they are left out, we can talk about it. But when you talk about retirement benefits of judges, magistrates aspire to become judges, so naturally they will benefit by the time they reach retirement. So when it comes to retirement and gratuity, they are not left out. But probably issue of vehicle, fuel, and other things for which seemingly they are left out, I think that can be dealt with at consultative stage. But you'll not, I'm halfway into my presentation. I hope I'm making an impact. You are clearly against the bill. Brikama South also had a concern about JSC doing regulations, but I tried to explain that. They may do the regulation, but when it comes to their remuneration, they don't have right to approve it for themselves. It will be a proposal. And unless that proposal is approved, that aspect of the regulation will not stand. And I think we can just take respite in the fact that there is no entity in government that have the right to set their own pay. Everything comes here. There is no entity in government that can set their own pay. It will always have to come here. So I don't think there should be any fear about that. It will always come here. That is your prerogative, and nobody can take that away from you. Also made mention of overall salary restructuring and things like that. I agree. I hope you will soon receive the Public Service Minister to come and talk to you about details of that. Jara Central. Oh, okay. Then, okay. Yeah, he is also concerned about why leave out the public service restructuring. And like I repeat myself, at the appropriate time, the appropriate sector will bring that issue before you. Jimara suggests and supports the bill to go to committee. Fonyi Bintang. I have no right to ask a member to do anything about their language. I know your rights on the floor, but I can also respond that it's not a scam. You used this to describe the bill as a scam, but it's not a scam. We are not nobody is scamming anybody. Nobody can scam anybody using a bill, because the bill will come to the country's bantaba. So it's really not a scam. 24 Lower Fuladu West, also used to describe the bill as an economic coup. I'm not too sure how economic coup is it. I think from my answers, and you are at liberty to invite the Ministry of Finance to talk to you directly. Like I said, you don't have to take my word for it. But the economic impact of this bill on the economy is very minimal. It's very, very minimal. But Ministry of Finance can come and clarify. Jara West also made mention of something that should be of concern to everybody, that the house allowance of a police officer, according to his information, stands at 250. Right? So, again, these are all issues as a government. I'm sure the right sectors are listening, So appropriate steps will be taken. Combo South, I started with him. I'll take note of September, my big brother. I will really, really take note of September and avoid bringing certain bills in September. You know, but I thank you for the support that the bill goes to consideration stage, and I think that is the best approach. Sandu said it is not citizen or budget-friendly bill. Let me make this clear. To a great extent, our social stability depends on judiciary. You can agree to disagree with me, but it's one institution that the role that they play contributes to a great extent to the social stability of the country. Whenever there is a dispute, we count on the judiciary to separate us. Whether these disputes are institutional, individual, family, religious, whatever kind of dispute in society, we count on the judiciary. So the people who sit there to separate us when we have issues, whether over land, or whether over business, or whether over religion, or whether over fundamental human rights, or whatever, those people should, their conduct and ethical behavior should be beyond reproach. Their behavior should be beyond temptation. We should not allow them to be tempted by anything else. If they are tempted, that is a problem for society, because their decisions will be influenced. And if their decisions are influenced, you will not know how painful it is unless a judicial decision that you believe should have come your way goes against you. There can be a judicial decision that robs you of your house, your only compound that you have. You can lose it as a result of a judicial decision. Somebody said sometimes it could be a matter of life and death. So the people who sit to decide those things, we should prepare them such a way that they should not fall for petty temptations. And that's all that we are trying to do here. People who decide over millions and billions, they decide over life and death. They decide over when two people are arguing over land. They decide over when two people have an issue over fundamental rights, election disputes. Count them. Those people, I believe, if they can fall for corruption, bribery, is that not a risk to society? That's it. So if you describe the bill as not pro-citizen, I think probably you are misunderstanding this. You're looking at the bill from one side. But we are also citizens of the Gambia, and we believe this bill will serve the interests of this country. You can agree, you can disagree. But that is why we brought it here. Sanementereng would want me to explain the pension of the CJ. Yes, if a Chief Justice serves in office minimum 5 years and above, is entitled to pension. That's only available to the Chief Justice in the bill. For the rest of the judges, they have to serve a minimum of 10 years. The reason for this is, yes, 75 might be the retirement age, but we don't want a situation where somebody can do private practice until you are 70. You get yourself appointed on the bench, serve 5 years, and you go home with this benefit. So to avoid that, we say minimum, before you can be entitled to the pension, you must serve minimum 10 years. So even if you are 75, if you have not served the 10 years, you are not benefiting from the pension. So those are some attempts to put in some safeguards. If you think those safeguards are not enough, you are free to put in more safeguards. I don't know whether you see what we're saying. So this is not an automatic right. Upper Fuladu West, okay. He said he saw. I presented this bill, but I don't believe in this bill myself. But I think that was withdrawn later, isn't it? Yeah, so I can move on that. I really believed in the bill. magistrates and cadis are left out is similar, the same issues raised. Janjambure, economic situation of the country, but I think I've answered, but you can take further consultation from Ministry of Finance. Our understanding is this doesn't have any direct economic impact on the budget as it stands. It only kicks in two ways this can hit the budget. If Judiciary's current pay structure is to be reviewed, and I told you, that will not happen without your approval. The second way this can hit the budget would be if we see judges retiring. The closest judge to retiring still have at least 3 years to go. And the rest are very far away from retiring, out of the 27 currently serving. At any point in time, how many of them will be retiring? So the impact of it on the budget. It may sound big if you say somebody is retiring with full salary, but how many of them are retiring with full salary? 1, 2 at any given time, or 3? So just to satisfy you, that doesn't mean, but just to satisfy you that the direct economic impact of the budget may be very negligible because they are not reviewing their current pay. Passing this bill today doesn't mean judiciary pay will rise tomorrow. No. They are continuing the way they are until at such time they see the need to revise it. And when that is happening, it will not be secret. Everybody will be aware that there is a proposal to review their pay and it will come here. So that was Janyambure. Ladikundas Haviji, your first question was answered. I think about 2 of them were answered. The first one, how many judges? I am told 27, definitely below 30, even if that figure is wrong. What is the projected cost? I can't tell at the moment. I can only give the general answer that I was giving, that our anticipated cost of this on the budget is, we cannot even establish now because if the 2 on retirement were going to benefit, we could have calculated that and tell you currently it will cost us this much. But the 2 that are on retirement are not covered. And there is no other judge on retirement as we speak. So with respect to pension and gratuity, zero cost on the budget. With respect to facilities, all those that have been mentioned that they are entitled to SOFOL-driven vehicle and fuel, currently they all have SOFOL-driven vehicle and fuel. So it's not going to be a new added item. So the impact of this on the budget at the moment, I cannot say 0, but it will be very, 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 very minimal. So like I said earlier, the only time we will see impact is when we are revising, either we are revising their pay or we start seeing judges retiring. These are the 2 scenarios that will kick in a financial implication. So that was your second question. The third one, performance contract. You've raised a very important, very, very, very important issue. Of course, if I am motivating you, giving you more facilities, I have every right to check your delivery. Natural. And I have no problem in that kind of thing be considered at consideration stage. Judges, like anybody who serves the public, cannot be above accountability. So if you think with this there is a need for kind of performance measurement as to their output, fair and good, I have no problem with that. That's a good point. Serekunda.
Honorable members, please order.
Yes, Serekunda, I think I attempted to answer you earlier. Yeah, so it's not an illegality. Your concern is whether the bill will stand the legality test when you consider Section 142 of the Constitution. Because Section 142 of the Constitution says a judge, and did not mention cadis and magistrates. And the bill goes beyond judges and mentions cadis and magistrates. I'm safely saying no, that's not an illegality. Because the Section 142 did not exclude them. It mentioned judges, but did not exclude them. So that's why in the definition of the bill, judicial officers have been defined, and cadis and magistrates, though not judges, but they are judicial officers. So we are adequately covered with respect to Section 142. It will not conflict. It's not a conflict. That's what I have recorded for Serekunda. Kantora, All right, supported it to go to the committee. Nyamina West supports the bill to go to committee. Central Badibu fully supported. Tumanna supported. All right, yeah, supported. Nyanija, I hope I've convinced you, Nyanija, by now. So, like I said, in rounding up, Honorable Speaker, if we are talking about independence of the judiciary, then we should have judicial officers too who are independent. And people will not be independent if they can be influenced. And the easiest way to influence somebody is to give them what they don't have. So if you pay them less, people give them money, they can easily be tempted, and if they are tempted, they will be influenced. So the independence of the judiciary is critical to be guaranteed with this kind of bill. But also, if we have to attract the right caliber of people to sit there, because again, the judiciary need to have the best brains. We don't want any judge to be every lawyer to be a judge. Because if you have a case, let's take an example. If you have a case, you are going to court, and this is a very critical case for you, and if you can afford it, you want to hire the best lawyers, isn't it? Now, if you're hiring the best lawyers, why don't we have the best judges sitting there waiting for them? Because otherwise, if you don't have the right quality of judges sitting there, people who can afford the best judges might end up getting justice on their side. So if you think if I'm involved in a legal battle and I can afford it, I want to hire the best lawyer possible. The state would have hired the best judge sitting there waiting for your best lawyer. So you will still get what you deserve. But if we allow mediocrity in the judiciary, we allow people to sit there who cannot match the lawyers in private practice, then there's a problem. That is a problem. I don't know whether you're seeing the problem I'm trying to paint here. And the only way we can attract the best brain to sit there is to give them what it takes for them to abandon what they are doing to come and sit there. If not, they will not be there. So I think that's another one that we should take on board. And like I said, having said all, is the integrity bit of it also. Yes, there are certain human beings that do not need monetary reward to maintain integrity. However, we all know the temptations. We all know the temptation. The safest bargain for us is to help them to resist temptation than only to count on them to resist temptation based on their integrity. So if we have to preserve the integrity of the judiciary, we have to help them to resist temptation. And for that, if they know when they retire, they will be taken care of. They will not be interested in amassing wealth while they are in office in order to secure their retirement. Because they know when they retire, the state will take care of them. But if they don't have any security when they retire, they will plan for their retirement. I'm not saying they are like that or that is what they are doing, but what I'm saying is we make them feel more comfortable to do their job with a peace of mind, to tell them, look, you know what? We appointed you in this place. Your only job is to deliver justice. Deliver justice until when you retire. And when you retire at 75, we can take care of you for the last remaining years of your life. The person would not be busy doing anything unethical. On that note, I end by urging you once more, and I urge you strongly, to allow the bill to go to committee stage. Give yourself the opportunity to interact with the experts, with the interest groups, for them to come and express their various interests for you in the bill, and then you are at liberty to do whatever you want to do with the bill. But give it an opportunity because it is a constitutional requirement, Section 142 of the Constitution, that there must be an act of parliament that will prescribe the terms and conditions of service for judicial officers. And that is all that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The member for Latikunda? Yeah, member for Latikunda? Yes?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to rise on motion 53K to appeal to the Attorney General to supply the National Assembly with the code of conduct of judges. Because you say judges do this, they don't do that, they don't do it. I'm sure it must be the code of conduct. Can you supply us with it? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Member for Lower Floodways, your mic is on, please. Thank you. The member for Latikunda Sabiji, that's not a motion. You are requesting for him to supply.
Okay, request. I reform my statement. Request now, Attorney General. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The member has, the minister has made a response. But Honorable Speaker.
Attorney General.
Yeah, one of my points was not dealt by the minister. And he cannot give us any guarantee and assurance. And he cannot justify these documents in the eyes of the parliament. Because the Minister of Finance cannot come here and just justify these documents. This document belongs to him. He needs to give us the integrity of the bill, how to budget the bill. If he can't do it, and he allow the minister to come, it is not a Minister of Finance bill, it's your bill. So means, that's it.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Judiciary Officers Remuneration and Other Entitlement Bill 2023 order be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Yes, now we will vote by raise of tax. Because even myself, I couldn't know where to go. So now let's count. Those in favor, please raise your constituency tax. Those in favor for it to pass. Please, honorable members, where the committee also is, those in favor for it to pass to the next stage.
No.
Those not in favor, please raise your constituency tag. Honorable members, the results is as follows. Yes, 18 votes. No, 21 votes. I hereby announce that therefore the bill is not carried and it is lost. Clerk, please, let's proceed. Order, please, order. Thank you, Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Bill.
Oh, Honorable Attorney General. Yes.
Bill.
Order, please. Please. Please.
Standing Order 66, second reading of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2023 by Honorable Alhagie Mbow, member for Upper Salon.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, you will recall that the first reading of the Constitution Amendment Bill. Order, please. Honorable members. The member for Jara West, Jara East, and those in the Minister's Gallery. Honorable members, you will recall that the first reading of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2023 was done on Thursday, 7 September 2023, and today is appointed for the second reading in accordance with Standing Order 66-2. Therefore, pursuant to Order 67 of the Standing Orders, I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Salem to move a motion for the second reading of the bill entitled Constitution Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the bill, that's the Constitution Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia by increasing the time required by the President through the Minister responsible for Finance to lay before the National Assembly the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the following financial year. The Constitution of the Gambia, that's 1997, requires the President of the Republic through the Minister for Finance to lay before the National Assembly estimates of revenue and expenditure for the following year, at least 30 days before the end of the financial year. The National Assembly is required to give consideration and approve it within 14 days. So this bill essentially is brought before the Parliament to give members more time to do more consultations with all stakeholders, which is challenging with the current situation. So on that note, I seek the indulgence of the members to move this motion for the second reading and pass.
Minority Leader and Member, and the seconder. Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion and permit me to proceed and take part in the debate. Honorable Speaker, it could be recalled last year, precisely, the August Assembly find it very tired in working towards the national budget. The very day the budget was laid, the same day we proceeded for the retreat on the budget. And it could be recalled even the retreat, we were time constrained. Instead of having it at least a week, it was only 3 days that we had the retreat. From there, we proceeded to the debate, the committee scrutiny, taking into all this into consideration. I think the honorable member, since then, last year he had been working tirelessly to ensure that these portions of the Constitution are amended. The National Assembly can have adequate time to do due diligence to the budget. The budget this time round, instead of 30 days, we will have 6 or 2 months, rather, for the entire budget to be treated, and for the National Assembly, instead of 14 days, we'll have 1 month. And for the appropriation bill, instead of 7 days, we'll have 14 days. That means the time constraint that we used to talk about in scrutinizing the budget, sometimes we'll stay here the whole day, both from morning up to the following morning. When we are sleepy, do you expect us to do our work effectively? Sometimes many will be compelled to even go home because they are tired or they are sleepy. On that, the object arranged in advance by the mover are quite genuine. And I will urge the August Assembly, we need not to waste time on this. And then let's just adopt and then do the needful and then amend the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Constitutional Amendment by the member for Upper Salem be read a second time for debate on its general merits and principle. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members who wish to partake in the debate may do so by show of constituency tag. Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And equally want to extend my thanks and appreciation to the foresight brought in by the Honorable Member for Upper Salem. You understand his passion for public finance management, especially being the Vice Chair of the Finance and Public Account Committee. Hearing that he brought here is the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2023, specifically focusing on adding the number of days required by the Constitution for the Honorable Minister of Finance to lay the estimates of expenditure and revenue before this National Assembly, and also the time frame that is also provided for in the Constitution for the appropriation bill to be enacted by this Parliament. I think this is a welcome move by the Honorable Member, and then I just want to once again thank him for the foresight, because since 2017 when we came to Parliament and we started this issue of thorough budget scrutiny by doing consultation, budget bilaterals with the MDAs, definitely we are always constrained by these two provisions of the Constitution. In fact, when the standing order was revised in 2019, these were one of the progressive clauses that we are thought of, but we are constrained by the Constitution. That's why the standing order suggested the Minister of Finance, is it 3 months or 6 months before the budget, before the proper laying of the estimates of expenditure and revenue, to present a draft budget to Parliament. But that also is proving very difficult, and legally we are limited in that regard. So, Honorable Member, thank you so much, and then I wish to congratulate you once again and lend my full support to you on this matter. Thank you so much. But the unfortunate part is, I don't know whether it will be effective this year. I wish it was, so that we can definitely start thorough scrutiny of the budget and we have thorough consultation with the MDS. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Member for Nyanija. I now give the floor to the Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I definitely want to thank Honorable Member for Upper Salem for this great job. It is important that we do necessary constitutional amendments. The budget, the estimate of expenditure and the revenue is It's the second most important document aside the Constitution of the Republic. So giving us that number of leaves to look at in just a few days is so inconvenient, and it constrains us so much to have a thorough scrutiny of the document, so that we can definitely look at the issues that are affecting people on ground and align budget allocations to those issues, and the policies that Minister reads during budget sessions to align budget allocations to those policies will be definitely done in a more effective and efficient way. But otherwise, looking at the budget at that short period of time is so inconvenient, and it constrains members so much, because the retreat that we have in just 2 days, 3 days is not enough for us to scrutinize $35 billion from national coffers to be spent on the issues that not explained in detail to us, like honorable nominated member Kebalang has always been stressing. We need to look at several indicators of the strategies that the government has, those policies, and to tell us how do they intend to achieve those indicators, aligning budget allocations to those things. So things need to be tangible. So I think these are a step ahead in achieving those objectives. So I think today we are 2-3 inches taller than the way we were yesterday. So I definitely want to thank Honorable Member for Opasalum for this great job. And I think this will give honorable members enough time to scrutinize bills, those that are in charge of various committees under whose purview various ministries and faults. You can have serious bilateral with them that gives you enough time to substantiate some of the information that they are giving you, so that you can be able to approve their budget, so that National Assembly members will not be advocates for the ministers instead. I think when this budget is passed, when this bill is passed, the budget session will be different. We will not be advocates for the ministers, but we will know, where to, pin them and when they want to dribble us. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to take part in this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite the member for Woolly West. Or Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank the member of Oposalum for bringing this very important amendment to us, because as he said, we have always been clamoring for this. The time provided for us has always been very short. And it has already been said, because of that, we keep on rushing. And there are so many things we could not do adequately. But by doubling the time frame, each of the time frames really would afford us to do justice to the work. When we start the early scrutiny of the budget, the bilaterals will be done properly, instead of rushing the bilaterals. Sometimes even the information that is given to us during bilaterals, there is no way of even verifying them, sometimes physically. If they told, for example, there is a building which they mentioned and said they have been building that building for 5 years, and every year, an amount will come in the estimates for that same building. It will be necessary for us to go physically and see the building, what is actually happening there, rather than just depending on the words and putting money for that same building when it may not be necessary. So my only concern, I think is closer to his concern, is the consultation, whether adequate consultation has been done with the relevant line ministry, that is the Minister of Finance, or whether we'll just pass this, but it will not affect this year. It will come the next year. I think okay, you can clarify that for members. But apart from that, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a very laudable initiative, and I profoundly thank the member for the action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Woolley East. I now give the floor to the member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me seize this opportunity to thank the Honorable Member for Upper Sarum for having the foresight, to bring this important constitutional amendment. Honorable Speaker, year in, year out, we have been passing, the national budget in a haste. Members are not given the ample time to do justice to the document. But with this amendment, I think we have that ample time to give justice to the document, and we will not be unnecessarily, running helter and skelter, asking, lobbying one another for an increment for a particular ministry budget line, because we are already equipped. We know what is going on, and we know that definitely we should do what is really necessary. So, Honourable Member, thank you so much. I am really in support of this particular constitutional amendment, as you are trying to equip us and to give us ample time to do justice to the national document. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, member for Opanyomi and Majority Chief Whip. I now recognize the member for Sanementren.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And first, thank you very much, member for Lower Upper Salum, and then Vice Chairperson of FPAC, for bringing these constraints of our time frame for the completion of our work, for the consideration of our reports or whatsoever of the MDAs, and bring to our attention that we should amend that clause in the Constitution, 1997 Constitution. I'll be very much brief. I definitely concur with you and, of course, the honorable members who will be in line of supporting your proposal. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I concur with him, and then thank you, honorable member, for bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear honorable member for Atikunda Sabi. I now recognize, thank you, the member for Sanementering. I now recognize the member for Atikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and I applaud the mover of the motion for this very important constitutional amendment. This is always my issue. If I see National Assembly members crying over issues or making appeals to ministers on issues they have had to change. So this is one of the issues in that respect. This is very timely because I remember my first time coming to the National Assembly to interact with the whole budget volume. I was definitely intimidated because I was thinking the days I have to interact with that budget, to understand it and come to the National Assembly and give sense. So, Honorable Mover of the motion, thank you very much for this, and this is very timely. I don't think members should waste time on this. This should be a sweet passage. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, the member for Latikunda Sabiji. I now recognize the member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Mbow, the mover of the motion. I think I join my colleagues to say it is timely, because I could remember during our first days here as, I call it Greenleaf or what, I had a discussion with one of the senior members, and what they are telling me was, we do spend the night here when it comes to budget session. So I wonder, spending the night here on only 14 days, looking at the whole, that bulky book, and only looking at it in only 14 days, I thought it's not possible. That's why what they responded was we should spend nights, and then nights upon nights to work on those budgets. So I think bringing this to extend the days from 14 to 30 is welcoming. It will give us time to prepare ourselves, consult our people on the ground, and then come and deliberate as we should be. Because, I mean, you cannot just come when everything is too much on your head. You have no time. You are thinking of everything at night. You don't have time during the day. At night, we are also occupied by the assembly. Definitely, it's very, very timely, and then it's welcoming. And we're also expecting more to come, inshallah. Thank you very much, Honorable Mbow.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now give the floor to the member for Tumanna.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think this is very timely. And for that being the case, I will quickly join my colleague to thank Honorable Mbow for this great initiative of coming up with this amendment to the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia. Because definitely speaking, this sometimes it constrains us a lot, because within short period to do certain great and bulky job is not easy. Sometimes we will be sitting in the chambers here. Majority of us will be sleeping simply because of the time we are pressing because of time. So if he come up with this idea of increasing the period, that will obviously reduce the pressure on us so that we can critically and look into the budget, because the budget is for the whole year. So for that being the case, it needs time. We need time and energy to look into it and do the needful. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I want to take my leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite the member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me the opportunity. I will just briefly join my colleagues in first endorsing this important amendment at hand here. We would like to thank the mover of the motion for bringing this very timely amendment to this assembly, because everyone knows that National Assembly members, we are elected officials, and I would say we never have time. We have to create time for everything. So I think usually when the dates between the bilaterals, deciding the budget, and then being able to table it and deliberate on them really proves very daunting for National Assembly members. And also, though we do our level best, but it comes with limitations, because the Honorable Minority Leader did make mention of it, that sometimes due to our workload, we will tend to be very tired and not be able to scrutinize it as needed. So I think it's very important for us to pass this through to help us in further being more effective to the people that we represent, Honorable Speaker. The importance of this cannot be overemphasized. As you know, NAMS also have been time and time again crying that the State of the Nation address we brought earlier in the first quarter of the year. So we've seen that there's been an improvement on that. So I think that compared with this time allocation for us, really will help us to be more in-depth in terms of our deliberations. Because most of the people just maybe watch things on TV and think that we just come here and do everything here. But there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes. We will have budget bilaterals, where we have question and answers on things that we don't understand, to be able to make comparison on some issues, among other things. So it will also help us in our deliberations when we come to Parliament, because once we are able to absorb these contents, because the most important thing about these budgetary issues are that most of the budget lines are itemized, right? And you have to take them clause by clause, item by item. So if you don't have proper understanding and time to be able to really look into these things, really, you cannot do much here in the plenary. So I think this is very timely, and we would like to show our support. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite the member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to support the bill that the member for Upper Salem brought in to enable us to make a good job on our oversight functions. Honorable Speaker, the other laws that was there before, we are restricted within 7 days. We have to pass the budget, and which is the bulky of the book, whereby all government and MDAs to deal with their budget is not easy. Sometimes we stay here the whole night. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I want my colleagues not to refer it to the committees, but rather going to the Committee of Whole House to process this. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member and the office of the clerk. Thank you. Yes,
Thank you very much. I now invite the member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. First, I have to thank the Honorable Member for Upper Salem for coming up with this bill. And it is really timely and also very important for the days to be increased. Because looking at from 30 days to 60 days, 14 days to 30 days, 7 days to 14, I think is more than welcome. Because looking at some of the committees, some of the members are serving different committees, 2 to 3 committees, and in those committees you have almost about 2 or 3 ministries in those committees, and you need to scrutinize all of them and come up with at least a better budget that can serve the entire country. And when scrutinizing these budgets, for me personally, I always consider my constituency whether they have something from that budget. So it's not easy to scrutinize such budgets or the national budget within such period. At times, you might run in a rush hour, and at the end of the day, at times, you need to have another budget bilateral review again. So, Honorable Member, we really thank you for coming up with this initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member for Fonye Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I commend the honourable member who had brought this amendment bill. And I think it's in line. It will also help us. And we do face a lot of challenges so far budgetary aspect is concerned. There will be a leeway where we will be able to at least get focus, and we could do better in terms of the budget. And scrutiny is core in budgetary. And I believe the bill is at the right time. And without wasting much time, I adore all members for us to pass this bill as it is. And again, also, I would also endorse to ask the member whether it will commence this current session. If so, we want to know about that. On that note, I am grateful and I'm in support of the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The list, please. Thank you. I now recognize nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And to start with, I will join my honorable fellow colleagues to really commend the member for Upper Salem for coming up with an amendment to the Constitution which is really timely. I believe many a times what parliamentarians will cry about is the time given for the budget bilaterals is not sufficient. When the estimates are received, we have very little time to scrutinize it. When the estimates are received, we have very little time for our consultations. And eventually what happens is we realize that at the 11th hour, it will be rushed. But I believe if at all the needful is done, and Section 152 of the Constitution is amended, you will realize that the various provisions changing the 30 days to 60, changing the 14 days to 30 days, and eventually the 7 to 2 weeks will give parliamentarians, this noble assembly, the opportunity to have ample time for proper scrutiny. The only questions I want to ask is what level of consultations were done, and again to also re-echo the question that was asked by the member for Fonyi Councillor. Is it going to start immediately and this year? Because we also need to know that we are working in partnership with the executive. So we need to know what is their level of preparedness, what consultations has the honorable member done, and eventually what are the feedbacks so that we can make an informed decision. So on a final remark, Honorable Speaker, I will urge my fellow honorable colleagues to do the needful and make sure that this particular amendment is passed. Thank you.
Thank you, nominated member Kebalang Fofana. I now give the floor to the member for Olyundum and Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the member for Upper Salum for bringing this timely bill. History reminds us that in this National Assembly, before hardly you have a private member bill tabled in the National Assembly, and I think it started in the 5th legislature when members started bringing in a private member bill, you know, to change the whole idea of, you know, being executive-centered. So we are proud of ourselves. At least now we are thinking in that direction. That is a good thing. We have a whole lot of things that we need to change as members. Any one of us can bring a private member bill. The member for Upper Salum, you brought this bill, which is very timely. That is to amend the section of the Constitution that will allow members of Parliament, you know, to have enough time to scrutinize the budget. I remember in 2019, I think, we spent the night in this chamber considering the bill because we did not have enough time to go over the draft at the time. Even our budget bilaterals, we rushed them. We rushed the budget bilaterals just to make sure that the 14 days period is captured. We don't go out of the 14 days period. So when we have 30 days now, that will help us to go over the draft and look at those, you know, budget lines that are centered on furniture and fittings, you know, I don't know, you name them, so that we can outline them and then scrutinize them as much as possible. When we come for consideration, it's going to be much easier for us to consider the draft budget at the time, because then we are au fait. We have consulted extensively to understand each of the budget, each of the budget item, what it means, you know, how it is allocated, what is it going to be for. That will help us. So I think it's timely. All of us together, I know we are in the same line with this particular bill. All that we do is we thank the member for Upper Salum, but we do stop at him. I think all of us together, we have in our minds, we have seen gaps in the acts, relevant acts that we have in our country. Perhaps other members can bring other private member bill to raise the number at least from where it is, because that is good for the Parliament as well. The more bills you have, private member bills you have, the better for the Parliament as well. So thank you, Honourable Member for Upper Salum, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to give us more time to look at the draft estimate as possible. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now invite the Honourable Member for Upper Salum to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable colleagues. I think there isn't much issues that were raised by the members, except that they ask whether it is possible for this to start this year, which I don't think, because again, the budget process in the government has already started, so it's going to be really not possible for that to start this year. So if the bill passes, so we foresee that it's going to start in 2024. Now, in terms of consultations, yes, I did some consultation within the Parliament here and outside the Parliament. Now, even at the level of our party, which I consulted with the party leader to tell me exactly what I wanted to do. Again, this is since January. And I also spoke to the Minister of Finance in January as well to tell me exactly my intent in changing this from 30 days to 60 days, at the time. Now, from there also I made consultation within the parliament here. That is the majority leader and also the minority leader. All of them actually in the same week, and that was in January also. Because again, constitutional amendment actually takes time because of the gazetting, which we also have done, the 2 gazettes, one in February and also one in May of this year. And it almost took 6 months before we arrived to the first reading. So I think the only ministry, perhaps, is the Minister of Justice that I actually did not consult with, because this is not really controversial. This is actually going to be very helpful for us as members and also even for the Minister of Finance themselves to give us more time for us to do this. Now, really, at the time, I didn't think it was necessary to consult with the Minister of Justice because prior to this, they were actually doing the drafting of the bill for us. But now I think, like he confirmed, that we have a fully functional drafting unit here now, and that's why really I didn't consult with them. But again, this is more to do with finance, and I thought it was necessary to talk to only the Minister for Finance. Now, I think those are the only issues actually members actually have raised, I just want to also take the time again to thank the Office of the Clerk, also the Office of the Speaker for the support they've provided for this private member bill. Like we've all agreed in our standing orders, I have not spent a penny in this private member bill. Everything was paid for by the Office of the Clerk and also the support staff from the legal that actually guided me in drafting such amendments here. So I'm really very thankful. Also, I'd like to be thankful also to the majority leader as well as the minority leader and all members for the support that I've demonstrated here, just to show that we are the lawmakers. So we should be able to change laws where we think it's not going right. And we also need to be cognizant of Section 101, subsection 4 of the 1997 Constitution, relating to charges on the Constitutional Revenue Fund, etc., etc. And I was really very cognizant of that. And but again, this is really not very controversial. So I want to thank everybody for the support they've provided in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Constitution Amendment Bill 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk?
The Constitutional Amendment Bill 2023 shall be read for the second time.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 68.1 of the Standing Orders, the bill is hereby referred to the Assembly Business Committee for committal to either a committee or committee of the whole Assembly. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed.
Bill, Standing Order 63, second reading of the Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023 by Honorable Amadou Kamara, member for Nyanija.
Honorable members, you will recall that the first reading of the Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023 was done on Thursday, 7 September 2023, and today is appointed for the second reading in accordance with Standing Order 66.2. Therefore, pursuant to Order 67 of the Standing Orders, I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija to move a motion for the second reading of the bill entitled Medicine and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise to move that the bill entitled Medicines and Related Products Act Amendment Bill 2023 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the objects and reasons are specified in the bill. This bill seeks to remedy an evident gap in the Medicines and Related Products Act 2014 relating to the issue of registration of medical commodities. Unfortunately, by virtue of the provisions contained in the Act and regulations, medicines emanating from Europe, America, and United Kingdom cannot be registered in Gambia in accordance with the Medical Control Agency guidelines, as registration of medical and pharmaceutical products involves intricacies that prove exaggeratedly bureaucratic, so much so that stringent compliance may undermine quality control and create room for substandard and contaminated products, as well as a shortage of essential medical products in the country. Stakeholders undergo insufferable measures to register products from certain countries because the manufacturers there prioritize registration in highly populated nations to ensure early returns on investment. They only find profit in registering in countries with large consumption populations where the turnover is profitable. For instance, the United Kingdom harbors a population of over 67 million people, while our regional counterparts, Nigeria, have over 223 million. And in Ghana, it is over 34 million. In Senegal, 17.5 million. In Sierra Leone, it is above 8.7 million. And in Liberia, 5.4 million. The Gambia population is slightly below 2 million should have been. It is clear, one face value, that the revenue for any manufacturer or import to a small country such as the Gambia for such products is objectionable. Consequently, manufacturers are hesitant to submit themselves to the rigors of the tedious registration process. This amendment will neutralize the imminent adverse implications that may arise due to the scarcity of quality medicines, particularly essentials and life-saving medicines. On that note, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any seconder? The member for Law Produce.
Thank you very much. I thank the mover of the motion. This is very timely. Currently, the Medicine and Related Product Act have faced serious challenges. In fact, the Committee of Health intended to bring this thing as a committee bill, but due to the process that involved, the chairman of the Health Committee decided to take the lead. We have faced a lot of consultations in issue of this registration of products, especially looking at the Gambia. The population size and the market size is very small. If we want these branded medicines or highly strictly regulatory products coming from other part of the country, based on the available market, it makes it very difficult with the documentations needed. But the mover of the motion think it possible. We went through the act, and we feel that this is the only way that we can help the nation. For example, there are medicines that everybody knows, like the Calpol. It's a branded UK product that have passed through all the regulations. But to bring it in the Gambia, based on the laws, is not possible. So I think in that direction, Honorable Kamara of Nyanija looked at it deemed necessary to bring it, because currently both the public and the private sector have been affected. So meaning the law that is currently working is not well domesticated to serve the purpose that we need. Hence, we don't have a lab. And for any regulatory authority, for you to register your product, they have to undergo through laboratory services. And then for them to have laboratory services, or they must be accompanied with documents. And in the world market, you cannot be given documents if your volume of supply that you are getting from them is small. And this have affected the country to an extent that most of those drugs that we expect to be in the country could not have come as a result of that. So coming up with an amendment, I think, is in the right footing, and I would urge all members to support the cause, because this will help us get quality, standard, effective medicine that have passed rigorous testing from strictly regulatory authorities. So on that note, before I bulk this story, I want all other members to join and support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for seconding the motion. It has been moved and seconded that the second reading of the bill entitled Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023 for debate on the general merits and principle. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. In accordance with Order 67.1 of the Standing Orders, I will now open the floor for debate on the general merits and principle of the bill. Any honorable member who wishes to partake in the debate may do so now by show of constituency tab. I now give the floor to the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Chairman of the Select Committee on Health, the member for Yanija. I think this is indeed a very laudable move by the able Chairman of the Select Committee on Health. Because looking at the current situation that we are faced with as a nation, in terms of making sure that we enhance our healthcare system, this is a clear manifestation that the Parliament of the Republic of the Gambia is having a very proactive committee when it comes to health issues in this country. Honorable Speaker, according to the objectives and the reasons, this amendment will neutralize the imminent adverse implications that may arise due to the scarcity of quality medicine, particularly essential and life-saving medicine, have concluded everything. This is showing that the honorable member who doubled as the chairperson of the Select Committee on Health of the Parliament, after having consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, really understand what we need as far as the Medicine and Related Product Act is concerned. So in that regard, without wasting time, I would just want to urge the August Assembly to join him in this cause, to approve this amendment for the betterment of the entire Gambia in terms of our health care system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member for Talending Kunjang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Honorable Chair and mover of this motion, Honorable Member for Nyanija, for this important bill which seeks to fill a gap in the supply chain of quality medicine in this country. Now, there are laws that govern the importation of medicines into this country. The agency, MDC, Medicines and Drug Control Agency, looks over the importation of drugs. But like any other law, like any other act of National Assembly, there must somehow be shortcomings, pitfalls, or gaps. And then this has been realized during the very infamous incident that happened here regarding to AKI. And during our investigations, the committee realized where the gaps are. Gambia market consumers of the medicine are not having the opportunity to get quality medicine from certain regions of this world. And they will result to certain substandard places. Now, importers in this country like any other producers of products, be it rice, medicine, and other products, there is minimum order to explain it. You have to have a capacity to order a certain quantity from them for you to have a share of their production. And that is an issue. If you cannot do that, and then you are not issued a certificate of analysis, then you have an issue to bring that product here. Now, to help medicine, this agency, to be able to allow medicines coming from these quality-making industries, medicine-making industries, so that Gambia can opt for quality in terms of medication, we need to revisit this gap and fill it. We all know, even common people know, paracetamol from UK is not comparable to paracetamol from third world countries. You are a pharmacist, Honorable Fatou, yes, you know. Certain syrups from UK and America is not comparable to certain syrups from other countries. I don't want to name countries. But we know. Some people who even go for even National Assembly, UP members who go on missions or trips, sometimes you capitalize to buy certain painkillers and syrups. Speaker might even attest to that, maybe. You are laughing, you know. So, you know, to come, because you don't have access to it when you are here. Have headache and drink one paracetamol from UK, and somebody drinks a paracetamol from other third world countries, and you see the difference. Or a syrup, you will see the difference, or other medications. So we must opt for standard in this bill. This bill is attempting to provide Gambians quality medicines coming from these countries. So I don't think we should belabor too much our time on this, because this is a necessity. We need to have it so that we have our pharmacies filled with medicine that can cure people, that has the highest efficacy rate than other drugs that are already available in the market. So I encourage us to not belabor too much on this. I commend my honorable chair for this and all those that participated in it, and I give it my pass. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Talending Kunja. I now invite the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, I have realized that there are so many movers of this bill. I've just realized that the mover of the bill, the chair of Health Committee, the seconder, the chair of the Health Committee, the first debater, the chair, the member of the Health Committee, the second debater, the member of the Health Committee, both defending the bill. But however, I have a question that I would love an answer to be given for. Honorable Chair, Honorable Member for Nyanija, during my colleague's intervention, he made reference of an incident that happened that had taken life of more than 70 plus children in the country. And a health committee was tasked by this very house to make a thorough consultation and investigation and come up with the causes of that incident. One of the major reasons were the absence of a laboratory that tests medicines for a quality consumption in a country, but then not to actually trade with a particular region of the world. I am not sure it is a process of busting the British market for medicine importation in the Gambia. I'm not sure it could be that. But the purpose of it was to have a laboratory to test medicines, their quality, whether they are fit for consumption or not, after having experienced that incident, and there was a budget allocation for a construction of a laboratory and buying equipment so that we can be able to test our medicines. I was expecting, to be told, how far have they gone with that? And why is Britain very special when it comes to the presentation of the drugs and buying of the drugs? Please let me present. These are concerns that I have. So I think these concerns need to be very clear. The gap that we have experienced that lead to the death was not necessarily from the part of the world where we get the drugs, but because the drugs were not necessarily gone through the necessary examinations that they're supposed to go through. If it was not surfaced on the report. It wasn't. It wasn't. So, but we want to definitely be clear. Is it because you want us to trade with certain part of the world to import medicines where we don't have an opportunity? Probably we are constrained by the law or the act. Or you feel medicines from that part of the world are more quality than other parts of the world, so we need to go in for that. But I think the most important thing is to have a laboratory and test our drugs if they are not of quality, because the drugs must be tested to pass before you are able to convince that these are quality drugs and you import them. Even if they are from Senegal, you should be able to test those drugs and be convinced that these are good drugs and they are good for consumption, and you import them. Even if the quality of drugs are different, but the prices are also different. The prices are also different. Even if we are able to trade with those countries, can we be able to afford that? It's also another question. And what are the implications of trading with those countries? Are we going to have an arrangement? Are they going to have an arrangement with the Minister of Health or the department in charge of the importation of drugs? What will be the arrangement? What will be the terms and conditions of importing those drugs with them, from them? Those are some of the things that we definitely need to look at, to not just to rush this. But I had wanted to say, let us refer it to the committee, but I think I'm very much unfortunate that the rest of the committee are in support of it. I could also be in support of it. I have no problem with it. I have no problem with it. But these things have to be clear. And all I know is that the incident that happened here would have been the driving force of coming up with an amendment in the bill to ensure that we prevent that. But on my view, this amendment and the justification given might not necessarily be very sufficient to prevent such incident when we don't have a quality laboratory to test the quality of drugs that we are importing. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kiang West. I now give the floor to the Member for Olyundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues to thank the Member for Nyanija, my chairperson of the Health Committee, for this timely bill. Honorable Speaker, the Member for Nyanija brought this bill. And what does the bill say? From the objects and reasons, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, if I may read in between, it says, the bill seeks to remedy an evident gap in the Medicines and Related Products Act 2014 relating to the issue of registration of medical commodities. Unfortunately, by virtue of the provision contained in the Act and regulations, medicines emanating from Europe, America, and United Kingdom cannot be registered in the Gambia in accordance with the Medical Control Agency guidelines and registration of medicines and pharmaceutical products, which involve intricacies that prove exaggeratedly bureaucratic, so much so that stringent compliance may undermine quality control and create room for substandard contaminated products as well as shortage of essential medical products in the country. I think this part alone defines the whole bill. If you agree with the objects and reasons of the bill, from what I just read, I think you should be able to support the bill. The amendment is not a complicated amendment. It's very straightforward. Like Honorable Member for Talending said, when we travel outside, we all buy medicines from, in Europe, because we think those medicines are good. But why are they not? Why can't we register them in our system? There is a problem, and that is what the bill seeks to address, for us to be able to have them. I'm not talking about maybe testing. That is something else. Maybe the chairperson will address that, having a laboratory. But the bill is trying to address the problem of not being able to register those medicines coming from the West. And we think they are good. And we all agree that they are good. They are good medicines. So let's give them the chance to be able to register them in our country so that, you and I can have access to those medicines. I don't have to wait for Member Serakunda to go to America and ask him to bring medicines for me when they are available in our country. I think that is what the bill seeks to address, unless if I do not understand. So, but then the objects and reasons are very clear. That gap is there. It has been there for a long time. The member for Nyanija thought it wise to bring an amendment. And I think as a member of the committee, during our consultation, these things were explained. And then we went through it again. And even during our consultation with Medicines Control Agency, when we have the Aki problem, these things were coming up. So it is timely for us to amend it. It's brought by the member for Nyanija. It could have been brought by any other member. And then still, our stance will be to support the bill for us to give them the chance to be able to register those medicines from America, United Kingdom, and other parts of the world, for us to have access to them. So I thank you very much for bringing the bill. And I want to urge my colleagues to support it, because it's good. It's not a bad amendment. Is it a bad amendment? No. Let's support it, please. I am supporting it, and I want all of you to support it, and I know you will support it. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Olundum and Deputy Majority Leader. I now recognize the Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank Honorable Member of Nyanija for making an attempt to come up with the private member bill. Honorable Speaker, I'm not convinced. By reading at the object and the reasons, is contradictory, is self-contradictory, unless I'm well, it's well explained to me. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, he said the bill seeks to remedy an evident gap in the Medicine and Related Products Act 2014 relating to the issue of registration of medical commodities. Unfortunately, by virtue of the provision contained in the Act and regulation, medicine emanating from Europe, America, and United Kingdom cannot be registered in the Gambia. He said cannot be registered in the Gambia. And he went further, he said in the Gambia, in accordance with the Medical Control Agency, in bracket MCA, guidelines, as registration of medical and pharmaceutical products involve intricacies that prove exaggeratedly bureaucratic, so much so that stringent compliances may undermine quality control and create room for substandard and contaminated products, as well as sabotage of essential medical products in the country. So what he is saying, that it cannot be registered, and now you go, he said, there are intricacies that are bureaucratic. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is, for our medicines to go through bureaucracies before they are registered, I think that's in the good spirit. Medicines are not like sweets that you can go to the shop and buy. Do you understand? Yes.
I don't think you understand the content of. You are reading the objects and reason, but what the objects and reason are telling you and the way you are taking it, I think is different. But it's telling you, from my from what is here, that medicines coming from United Kingdom, America, and, cannot be registered. There is a problem why they cannot be registered. You understand? So now, since they cannot be registered, we cannot have them in the country. And now, the issue of substandard drugs will come in because you cannot register these drugs that are good for our country. There are, a lot of things that are, blocking you to be able to register those drugs. So you will have substandard drugs in your country. That is what the bill is telling you. So you better read it properly and understand. Am I right?
Thank you for your misinformation. Honorable Speaker, not having medicines from the countries mentioned in the bill doesn't mean that we are going to have substandard medicine in the country. That is not an equivalent to that. My take is the bill in the object and the reasons. If you say cannot be registered in the Gambia, why are you mentioning now the bureaucratic aspect of it? So it's contradictory. So what I'm saying is the object and the reasons need to be really looked at. Now, if you go to the second paragraph, they said stakeholders undergo insufferable measure to register products. From who are these stakeholders? We need to be known. We need to be informed. From certain countries, because the manufacturers, they are prioritized registration in high population nations to ensure early return on investment. Do you understand? Now, you went further to say they only find profit in registration in countries with investment, in large consumption. So, Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying here, the object and the reason doesn't speak with the amendment that he is trying to provide. Because if you look at the amendment, I don't want to touch it. But with your permission, I can say the agency may adopt. You give an option. May adopt a mechanism. What are these mechanisms? You put an option, may. It's not mandatory now. So do we know what kind of mechanism are they coming up with? Honorable Speaker, I think we really, the objective of the bill, the object and the reason is not well cast. I see it as contradictory, and I see it as something that cannot convince this amendment.
Observation. If I may help you, Honorable, the mechanisms we are talking about, the Medicine Drug Control Agency Act put in place modalities. This involves listing and registration. Now, if we are doing registration and listing, the importer must provide you a certificate of analysis. And this certificate of analysis is provided by the manufacturing company. Now, for instance, Gambia is a small country. That's why the example is made. The Gambia is a small country. The minimum order is 25 metric tons. And if you translate this into financial cost, it's millions of dollars. If our importers here don't have financial muscle to import 10 containers, which would be the minimum order for that manufacturing company, they can bring only small quantities like 1 container. They will never get order direct from the company. What they would do is to take it from people in the UK who will order from the company. These people will be given certificate of analysis, and they will buy from this 1 container. Third part, you will buy a container from somebody who buys from the larger quantity from this. So you will not come here in the Gambia with a certificate of analysis, and if you don't come with a certificate of analysis, you would not be registered or allowed to enter with the medicine. Now, what the constraint that has caused is to allow manufacturers to go to certain countries and bring us substandard medicine. Now, how do we ensure that we tap into this market? It's not to give them business. We are bringing quality medicine, not to make profit for UK. Now, how do we do that? Is to amend that clause to allow other mechanisms, not only listing and registration, but the control agency will come up with other mechanisms to put a check to scrutinize these medicines. And to tell you again, taking medicines from UK does not exempt them from testing through a lab when a lab exists. So we don't have a lab yet. There are medicines coming from substandard countries. So until we have a lab, we don't wait until we have a lab, we begin to take it from standard countries. We can take it from both and subject them to our systems control. Thank you, if I help you.
Okay, thank you. Since you said we don't have labs, why are you making it open now? No, because the bill is seeking for other countries that you are mentioning so that people can have access to the market. Honorable Speaker, I think the object and the reasons need to be really looked at, because the way that they are carved here, I cannot make any understanding as far as the object and the reasons are concerned. Because, as I said, the second to last paragraph, it is clear one face value that the revenue for any manufacture for or import to a small economy such as the Gambia for such products is objectable. Consequently, manufacturers are hesitant to submit themselves to the rigors of the tedious registration process. So if they don't want to go through that tedious, because medicine needs to be vetted. You cannot just, as I said, it's not other commodities that you want to get easily access to the market and manipulate. We suffered for so long because of bad drugs coming. So you want to liberalize it in a way that any Tom and Harry can get into the business. So the mover of the motion can try to convince me, but I'm not least convinced with the object and the reasons.
Honorable Speaker, I want to seek clarification from you.
No. Thank you, Member for Central Badibu. I now give the floor to...
Honorable Speaker.
No, please.
Yes, I want to observe procedure because I have seen something that we have never seen before.
Please.
The mover of the motion is supposed to be responding, but when we ask questions, members are coming and making long statements for clarification. That's not a procedure. That was not an observation.
Order, please. Order, Member for Kiang West. You are out of order. Order, Kiang West, Talinding Kunjang, Banjul North. Please, order. I now give the floor to the member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and also Honorable Kamalaf, the mover of the motion for of this bill at this point in time. Order.
Order. Honorable Speaker, can you put these people to order, please?
Honorable Speaker, I think I also join my colleagues to at least shed light a bit on this amendment that Honorable Kamala came up with. One of the committee members made mention of quality product and also talking of third world countries. We need, the medication that are from, we call it force or Western countries that we feel that they are also doing the right thing. If I may refer you back to the Aki issue, it came from what? Where? It's not from a third world country. It came from India. And India is no more a third world country. I think my advice to the chair and then the mover of the motion is, after the bill been passed, after the amendments have been approved, it is important also for us to have somebody who will be there, because it's not like the one coming from UK are all the best. Because you are not buying from the pharmacy or from the factory, sorry. You are buying from a source. Because if they are saying that the pharmacy cannot supply you because of the demand, because Gambia's population is very small, that's why they cannot penetrate our market, because they are looking for fast money. But they are looking for money that they can get back in return. If it's like we must have a mediator who will be supplying us as Gambia. If that mediator is there to supply us as Gambia, I think we need to know who the mediator is and who is he dealing with here in the Gambia, because a lot of things can happen. When this Aki issue came, we were following it on both the Gambia and outside the Gambia. And I think the revolutions we are coming. People we are using fake medication with other countries' labels. Made in USA, made in America, and then when we come here, you feel like it's from America. So I think there must be a thorough check on this. And if the labs comes in, even if they come to the Gambia and it's come from this UK or America, there must be a proper test to make sure that the one that people are consuming the right thing. But not because it's coming from UK or it's coming from America, it is fit for consumption. I think we have to do with those things now and learn from our lessons. Because the one who went to India to procure that medication, that cost almost 70 dead, was he there? He went to the factory to procure the medication, but did he give them the specification that he felt was fit for Gambia? Because I always ask this question. India is saying no, the product was good. It was tested and it passed its test. But Gambia is saying no, it didn't pass the test with what? WHO. The one buying, the supplier is going to buy from them. I think the supplier also needs to be very, very careful with the way they, when they are buying, they must buy the right thing at the right time and at the right place. Because if you come to the Gambia and say you want to buy bread, there are different kind of bread. Bread that I can use as an average person, and bread that I can use as, how to call it, the middle class and the low class are also there. But the one you are buying, don't see Gambia as a country of people who cannot afford it. I always say when it comes to medication, go to Serakunda today. People don't have the money to buy it. They cannot afford to buy the best medication. They go and queue medication that we feel they are very cheap. But are they passing the test? Are they the right medication that we should consume? So the chair, I'm also advising you, if possible, when this thing is passed, let's do the needful. Our side is coming from UK, it should be passed. From UK, if all that the pharmacy, the lab is here, let them go through the proper test and then be qualified and then fit for consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member for Sanimentary.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Member for Nyanija and the chairperson of the Health Committee. First, I will thank you very much for bringing in this motion for amending this particular section. And also thanking you for making or for considering the lives of Gambian people so important for having access to good quality of drugs in the Gambia. And of course, I don't think we should waste more time because this is very, very important, of course, because there are scenarios that happen in the Gambia here, and then it might be, I am saying it may be, because of the bad drugs, because we haven't got the results yet from the ACI results. It may be because of the bad drugs that those kids 70 or maybe above died because of the bad drugs or bad medications that we happen to have in the Gambia. So if a member coming up with a private member bill of amending such a section or a clause of having access to good quality of drugs, I think you need to be applauded for that, and I applaud you for that. And I don't think I'll waste much time, but I'll also join colleagues of passing this bill, and then of course I'll also appeal to members of this parliament to also join me to pass this bill, since it is very, very important. But also, I will also advise that we cannot just stop having or trying to get access to having access to quality drugs in the Gambia, but I think this needs to be monitored very well. There should be constant monitoring and also having access to quality or testing drug laboratory in the Gambia. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I take to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sanimentary. I now invite the member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank the member for Nyanija for coming up with this amendment to solve a very important gap in the importation of medicine. I think I would agree with the member for Central Badipo that in the wording on the objects and reasons, the way it's put gives you a different interpretation. And I had the same thinking initially until I do some research on it. I think this is medical language. One has to be used to it. Medical language, registration, and listing. So if you don't know what is registration and you don't know what is listing, then obviously you can get lost. Let me put it that way. Initially, like I said, I was having the same, I was thinking that when you say stringent registration or regulation on registration, then that would help us. Because if it is stringent, for anybody to come and register, that is stringent, we thought that would be beneficial to us because good medicine will come. That was my thinking. But after reading later, I come to understand that that is in fact the reason why the amendment is coming. Because if it is stringent and countries, like the countries that are already mentioned and the region that is mentioned, have difficulty to come and, knowing that it's a very small market. You go to Malak, you ask for alupurinol. I just went there, alupurinol. They say it's finished. Alupurinol is brought by only Malak. So because of this stringency, for them to bring medicine from Europe, it's difficult. That's why not every pharmacy can bring it. So I think registration and listing are two options open to the MCA. But they are saying, let's make it a bit open so that we'll be able to get medicine from other areas, good medicine from other areas that we would not have otherwise got from our traditional sources. And we give them the option of listing now. Before it was just registration. But now let's give them listing so that when we give them listing, they'll be able to also make their findings. And if they make their findings and found out that a particular drug is needed in the Gambia and it is good, even though it is not registered, they can list it, and the importer will be able to have the opportunity to bring that medicine in smaller quantity to the Gambia. And Gambians also will have access to that particular drug. I think that is the objective of this amendment. And if we understand it, I don't see any controversy in it. And somebody has already said, when we go to South Africa, we are knowing all their medicines now. No, I'm just saying. So maybe just some, like he is thinking, we can just do some, well, you can do that. You know how to do that. The objects, that's not part of the amendment itself. It's just a way of explaining it to us. So on that note, I think we should all support this and allow our people to have access to good drugs from good sources. Like the other member also said, sir, it does not necessarily mean also that every medicine that comes from UK or Europe or America is a good medicine. We all know the vaccines that were provided by the United States has caused a lot of problems for people who are vaccinated, to the extent that some women don't even want to marry to some of those men that have been vaccinated. So it does not necessarily mean that all the medicine coming from there is good. But if our MCA had done their findings, thorough findings, and discovered that this particular medicine is very good, well, they list it, and then they bring it to our country. I think that is the issue. On that note, I thank you for bringing this good bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Wuldi East. I now give the floor to the member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I thank the chair of the Health Committee for putting measures that are very helpful. I will concur with the finding, more so the particular tail end of objects and reasons that says maybe scarcity of quality medicine, particularly essentials and life-saving medicine. I'm not a pharmacist, neither a health personnel, but I have a lot of people who are working in that sector. I think of this year, there was a time where if measures were not put in place, we could have been, a lot of scarcity of medication. And I think going through this amendment will ease and make sure we have open supply. I could also sense this. The open supply doesn't mean there will be no measures. Looking at those countries that I mentioned, I know most of us as National Assembly members, the Indian medicine and that of UK, if it is laid, the paracetamol, you'll prefer that of UK. We all know standard base. These are facts that are there. But the other thing that I also want to put across to the chair of the committee, in as much as registration process is done, by the deliberation that I'm hearing and as per your objection reasons, it may not be from the manufacturer itself, maybe a third party in UK. I want the committee to put this at the back of their mind, that proper scrutiny should be laid to those things in order to avert what we have seen the past about this Aki thing. Though it's from the manufacturer, but now it may be from the company down to another third party, then to the Gambia. So these are consideration facts that we need to work on. And again, also, I believe testing is key, in terms of, working towards that medication. We all know this is just like military. You don't have armor, ammunition, you will not be able to defend. So in the health sector also, if health sectors are facing scarcity of drug, I think we'll even end up not even coming to parliament. So I believe so, in as much as it is going to be something that will be laid off, but we need to do proper scrutiny in this. And again, also the committee will make sure not only changing the act, but you can also be one at a time, doing your oversight is very important. You could change an act and still, as you have said, difficulties, the bureaucracy in place to make sure it follows the chain. So these are all factors that I also adore the committee, to work on it and also be following issues of regulation. So I believe we are in line and we will work towards supporting this bill. But we will not also leave you alone. We will also be checking your bag to see that the Aki thing will not be a replica of this. On that note, I thank you, and the support is given for this amendment to happen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate.
Honorable Speaker, I raised my tag and you asked Deba to record me. I don't know what happened. Sorry for interjecting. My tag was raised and I could see you talking to Deba to write my name. I don't know what happened.
It's not here. But anyway. No, don't worry. You can have the floor.
Good.
Oh no, according to him, this time you didn't raise your hand. You raised your hand during the previous one, not this one. But please go ahead.
No, I'm not dribbling. I raised my tag. But thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have to applaud you for that gesture. I promise you I wouldn't stay long, but I also promise you I'll be tough. Because what I'm seeing is, it seems like 90% of the members here are part of the Health Committee. So we have to be tough on ourselves. Yes, we are making laws. We have to be tough on ourselves. So this was the first page I wrote. I've discarded it. I have a new one. But to start with, I want to commend the chairman of the Health Committee and the members, because if you look at the objects and reasons for the bill, is to avoid scarcity of essential medical products in the Gambia together. And basically what they are trying to say is the traditional processes, if you import medical products to the Gambia, you're the importer, you need a certificate of analysis. But drugs coming from America, Europe, and other countries, having that certificate of analysis is a problem. So I'll get to that particular component. But where I want to start first is, let us not isolate the situation. This whole thing started from COVID-19, not so, last year. When COVID struck Gambia, we realized that there are loose ends. But mark you, those contaminated syrups did indeed have a certificate of analysis. They went through the rigorous processes, and yet still they were found to be deadly. And here we are saying the manufacturers in Europe do not want to go through those vigorous processes that we are having. My first question is, how sure are we that this law we are trying to amend would not have unintended consequences? If with the certificate of analysis and all the layers of control you have, you were not able to what? Stop the importation of contaminated syrups. Now you want to loosen those controls. We understand we don't want to have a situation where we would have scarcity of essential drugs and it might lead to fatalities. But what happens to controls now? And the other thing I want to ask is, we know that the committee did engage all the stakeholders after the COVID outbreak. This particular amendment you are coming up with, was it highlighted in your recommendations to this plenary? And if so, what was the resolution passed on it? We want to know, because we know that what the committee is doing now is premised from the COVID report. If this plenary did indeed sit over it, what resolution did we pass? And again, one of the fundamental things that was highlighted during the COVID investigation was the gaps in the medicines and related products Act. What happened to that? Was this the only challenge highlighted in it? Or are we expecting a complete overhaul of that bill? And if so, why are we bringing this one as a piecemeal? What is the urgency attached to it? But primarily, my submission is based on this. And it's based on, I would guide you to paragraph 3 of the objects and reasons, which states that it is clear, one face value, that the revenue for any manufacturer for or import to sell to a small economy such as the Gambia for such products is objectionable. Meaning normally they wouldn't sell to the Gambia because they wouldn't have much profit. Manufacturers are hesitant to submit themselves to the rigors of the tedious registration process. Honorable Chairman, I want to know whether we'll be safe with these amendments. I know we are doing it for good reasons. For very good reasons. We don't want to have scarcity of essential medical drugs in this country. But here we will be peeling off the layers of control, just to satisfy the entry of those drugs. And we had a situation when all those controls were present, but contaminated drugs were imported. If you look at the amendments itself, which should be on page 1 of the bill, I will refer you to clause 3, amendment of section 26, where the committee is saying they are proposing the insertion of clause 5 after 4, which should read, notwithstanding subsection 4, the agency may adopt a mechanism other than registration permitting a person to import, distribute, sell, supply, or exhibit for sale any medicine or related products manufactured or produced in the UK, US, or a country in the European Union. What are we exempting? Section 5 is exempting registration. And by registration we mean After receiving the certificate of analysis, you take it to MCA with your samples, and they will register the products. I don't have a medical background, but I was lucky to work as a financial manager for one of the biggest importers of what? Medicine in this country for 5 years. So I know a little about the process. So which means now, we are saying they can do without the registration. And these medicines will be assumed to be fit for the consumption of society. So my last question will be, we know MCA will come up with these mechanisms. What consultations have we done? And what guarantees do we have that those mechanisms will be adequate to safeguard our greater society from what we experience in the COVID-19? On a final note, Honorable Speaker, I believe if all other factors arising from our debate are sufficiently answered, this bill or this amendment would be timely. Because having reliable supply of what? Medical-related products is a national concern. And all of us wouldn't shy away from definitely adding our weight to make sure that the bill is passed. But the points I raised are really there to me, and if the committee and the Honorable Chairman can definitely provide answers to them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for being very kind. Thank you, Honorable nominated member, Kebalam Fofana. You raise important concerns, and as a Pan-African and someone who have no faith in the West and their products, must be critical in this at this juncture to definitely ask the member and the mover of that motion to definitely explain to us the real reason behind not registering, and what kind of mechanism do you want us to adopt, and what amount of faith do you want us to have in these products that have been supplied to us? Because this is a sensitive matter which contains life and death. And for the fact that it is sensitive, it inculcates so many things. You see, today, if we are, Honorable Speaker, I will not stay long, if we are to stop importing these chemicals to Africa called drugs, the reason as to why they are called drugs, we don't know. But if we are to stop exporting them, because you and I know, our great-grandparents, we are living from the stem of the plant, the root and the leaf, and used that as treatment. And they were living longer than you and I, with the advancement of health, and we are still dying. And now you are telling us that you don't want this medicine to be registered. What mechanism are you going to use? And those registration has any side effect or whatsoever? We definitely want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Fonyi Bintang. Honorable members, I want to suspend the assembly for 1 minute. Yes. Yes. The assembly is suspended. Members, the House now resumes. Honorable members, we will continue from where we stop. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, once again. And I sincerely want to thank all honorable members who took part, and even those who didn't take part in the debate. It is for a good cause and for a good reason, and it is only right if you don't know, you ask, and if you are in doubt, you also seek for clarification. So I appreciate all your positions and your point. But I just want to make little general clarification before I even go to some of the specific. I had some people mentioning, making reference to the COVID-19. Honestly, as far as this committee is concerned, it has nothing to do, or this amendment has nothing to do with the COVID-19 issue. You can relate to the AKI, one can understand. Yeah. The other thing that honorable members also keep repeating saying, the issues if the committee could do was this thing. This is a private member's bill addressed in my name, despite the fact we wanted to do it as a committee bill, but unfortunately it couldn't. But it's a private member's bill addressed in my name. So whatever issues or queries that you have, you can ask, and then I will do my best to justify. And I also wish to thank my committee members because we work as a team. Thank you very much once again. I will first of all start with some of the issues that are highlighted. I know many members have commented and others have said it is for a good cause, and then I wouldn't waste the time of the assembly to repeat what they have said. But I'll just answer the questions that people keep asking. First of all, I want to clarify, probably it's an issue of language with the objects and reason and the amendment. Maybe it's an issue of language, and definitely I agree, but the purpose of objects and reason, that's the memorandum, is just to explain to members the rationale behind it. And if it is not explicitly understood by members, they can ask, and then I can explain whenever I am called on to, like I am doing right now. So if you looked at it, the main rationale as far as this amendment is concerned, I have some jottings that there is a practice already been done by the Medicine Control Agency in the place of registration, whereas a medical product cannot be registered, they apply the measure, what they call listing. And this was part of their regulation, gazetted and legal, but unfortunately, I have to mention when the AKI Commission, the Presidential Commission came, they declared it as it is illegal, it's not part of the Act, and it cannot be continued. So the board also met over it, and they made a decision conveyed to the Medicine Control Agency that henceforward you only have to apply registration, because as far as listing is concerned, it is not in the Act, despite it being in their regulation gazetted, but they said the otherwise. So that's what prompted us as members of the Health Committee to come up with this measure. It's just a matter of continuity, because it already started, but they have to make a halt to it. If you look at the rationale behind listing of medicine and related products being imported into the country is a good practice, and it is essential to have an inventory or a database of all products that are used in the Gambia. It involves collection of data, information, and the product and its manufacturer and supply. So there is no like zigzag way or back way thing. Every step will be followed. This also serves as an important tool for products recall and in tracking and tracing of illegally imported and suspected substandard and falsified counterfeit products. So all these details will be taken care of. And like other reasons, the Gambia pharmaceutical market, as explained in the object and reason, is very small, and these companies or these manufacturers in this, what they call the stringent regulatory authority, and then I know when we come to the committee of the whole house, we'll propose further amendments to explicitly explain certain things and probably change the way the language is being spelled out in some part of the amendment to make sure the issue of stringent regulatory authority is captured. So if you understand what it means, these are highly regulated countries, and they are up to 30-something in number. The Americas, the UKs, they are all part of it. So the practice of listing of unregistered medical products manufactured in the European Union, United Kingdom, and United States of America is also adopted in other countries in the West African sub-region, with small pharmaceutical markets such as Sierra Leone, Liberia, and so on. So we are not doing it alone. This should have been part of the principal act since the act was promulgated, but due to one reason or the other, they only opted for registration. And some members highlighted the issue of lab. I want to make it categorically clear, if we look at our report, the AKI report by this very committee, we've indicated that there is no lab under Section 30 of the Act, make it mandatory that lab should be established. And that lab has nothing to do with the Medicine Control Agency. That is the responsibility of government. And we recommended accordingly as far as our investigations and findings were revealed. So it's the responsibility of the government to come up with a lab and then test any medicines that has been imported into the country. And in that, I want to highlight again, I want to applaud the Medicine Control Agency. They have come up with a measure that all medical and medical products be imported into the country. Anywhere it is coming, they have a measure, whereas they will take sample, do the necessary testing, maybe they have contracted some labs outside, that they will do the testing, and once that is done, then they will give them the import permit and they will be allowed to sit here. It's not like how it was before. You import based on the documentation that you provide, whether it is falsified or whatever, and they will leave you like that. No. They have said now categorically clear, and they have communicated to all importers that before you import any medicine, we need to test it. And I think that is being employed. That is a step in the right direction, despite there is no laboratory presently in the country. And also, MCA budget allocation for the construction of lab, as far as the member for Kiang West highlighted. This is true. During our report, we made mention of it, and we've recommended accordingly. But if you could recall, there was only additional sum of 3 million or 6 million that was added to the MCA budget. So you cannot say that will construct a lab. But as we were promised by the minister, during his response to our recommendation, that they have secured a funding from the WHO and they are going to start construction of this lab very soon. So it's an issue that my committee will follow with the Ministry of Health and then find out about the progress of the construction of that medical lab. So he also asked, what are the implications of trading with these companies? As I said, we don't intend to mention any country, but you cannot shy away in mentioning countries when you are referencing certain things. There is nothing special in these countries, but you need to make reference when and where necessary. If you look at the countries under the stringent regulatory authority, all these countries are part of it. That's why we just have to take out some of these highly regulated countries to make reference to them, because we all want to have these quality medicines. We all understand and we all believe medicines from these countries, before you even have the access to be selling them to their citizens, they have to go under rigorous testing, under rigorous scrutiny, and make sure they are fit for purpose. And the members of the Central Body, as I said, the objects and reason, as I said earlier, these are just explanatory notes for you to understand the merits behind the bill, and if it is not speaking in line with the bill, I definitely agree with you to an extent. Probably is the language, but the objects and reason clearly, as it should state, the purpose of the amendment is to provide for an alternative measure to registration. And this bill does not necessarily mean products will not be registered in the Gambia. No. Every product imported in the country will be subjected to registration. But in cases whereas registration is not possible due to the availability of certain documents or due to the trusting of certain regulatory authorities outside the Gambia, definitely they will have no other option but to employ another mechanism, that is listing. And then if we only want to maintain registration, we risk lacking of good, efficacious, essential medicines from these markets. So it is not definitely intend to maybe to mislead the amendment also, but its language, I agree, probably it can be furnished better. And then the member for Joshua also highlighted the issue of drugs. He said the AKI drugs that caused the cases of the AKI came from another country that I don't want to mention. And I want to state that there is no country in this world that if you don't depend on Indian drugs, you will have the good or the necessary, all the medicines that you need to supply to your country. We have to depend on them because they are one of the major manufacturers of drugs in the world. But whatever that we are bringing here, we need to make sure our regulators are on track and they observe all the necessary process and procedure to make sure it is fit for purpose. And then in that, this assembly has a responsibility to make sure we give effect to Section 30 of the MCA Act, and then we see how best we can have a lab in this country. That is the only way forward, not having an alternative measure or testing drugs outside the country. He said, when the bill is passed, we do the needful. That I can assure you, myself and my committee will do the needful. We are doing it before, and you can attest, all can attest, even during the AKI, and then we will continue to do the needful. We are not just seeking for amendments and put it under the carpet and move on. We will make sure we monitor it, and we monitor everything that have to deal with the health sector. We understand there are other challenges, but as far as we are concerned, as far as we know, this is one of the many few challenges. Maybe other members too can come with members' bill, and even the committee can come with committee's bill to address certain things of the health sector. I think that was a very justifiable and honest opinion that you gave as far as the issue is concerned. I can't agree more with you. We are not abandoning registration, but we are just trying to employ an alternative measure to registration. And it does not give them free package to come and then dump here any medicine that they want. That is not the case, and then that is not the interest of us, because we represent the people. Whatever that is brought here tomorrow, if our people take it and they have problems, we will be held accountable and he will be held responsible. Pony Councillor, he says proper scrutiny and then proper testing. As I said, as far as the committee is concerned, be assured we will continue to do the proper scrutiny. And for testing, as I said, the MCA have employed a measure that they are currently undertaking. And then nominated member, Keba Langfofana, he asked very important questions that definitely I will do my best to answer. He said drugs from SRA doesn't have certificate of analysis. That is true. If you don't buy directly from manufacturers in large quantities, they cannot supply with certificate of analysis. But in any case, even if you buy from wholesalers or other things, there is a substitute certificate that they will give you. Sometimes they call it certificate of conformity or other names they call it. And those are the documents that the MCA will rely on to fulfill the process of listing. That's the alternative measure that they employ in the place of registration. But if there is certificate of analysis, they have to employ the registration measure. And then registration is a very rigorous process. Likewise, the listing. They are all very rigorous process, and they undergo certain things to make sure all these things are, all the requirements that they have in their guidelines are met. He also said, how so are we that the law will not have unintended consequences? I can assure you, being the chair of the committee, where we have conducted several consultations on this with the different stakeholders, not from today, since the onset of the AKI, and then even of recent, personally, I have several consultations with many stakeholders about this, and then there is no way we are amending this, and then at the end of the day, we intend maybe to do some hijacks here and there. That is not the purpose. The purpose is for a good cause, because we are afraid, and we have been approached as far as we represent the people, that even currently there are consignments of medical items being quarantined at the airport, even at the seaport, because they don't meet the requirement for registration. That does not mean that these consignments are not good or these medications are not good, no. But because of the current law, we have only provide for registration. And the process of registration, you have to meet it to be able to, according to the guideline that is available at the MCA, you have to meet it to be able to register this. But in case, whereas you don't meet those guidelines, that does not mean the product is bad. There are other measures that they can employ and make sure the drug is safe, efficacious, and is of good quality, and they employ that mechanism to make sure we have it in the Gambian market. An honorable member just cited, he went to a particular pharmacy that I wouldn't mention. He was looking for a particular drug, he couldn't have it. As I tell you, and if we don't definitely amend this law, I can freely tell you at one stage or the other, we will run out of medical items. Because even hospitals, personally have started calling me, please help us so that we can change some of this provision for us to have medical, good and efficacious medicines. Because they import from other countries and they register, and once you cannot meet the criteria for registration, they have to employ other mechanisms. So in case that mechanism is not put in place and we insist on registration only, we risk lacking some of those medicines. He said, I also asked still on the member, nominated member, was the amendment highlighted in the AKI report? That I will happily say, yes, it was highlighted in the AKI report. If you look at recommendation 13 in our report, we've highlighted that, and it was well captured, and it was definitely adopted by this very assembly. So we are not doing anything behind the scenes, but we are doing things that based on the knowledge we have, based on the investigation we've done, based on our oversight function, based on the evidence we have before us, and then we are bringing this. And don't be surprised if we come up with other amendments in other areas too, because we are concerned and we are interested, and then we are definitely stakeholders. We will continue to come up with some amendments which we think that they are fit for purpose. We cannot come up with every other amendment because the Medicines and Related Products Act have many gaps, like the internally generated revenue of the agency. As far as I know, it is lodged into an account. We've consulted them, but still there is no way out. It is lodged into the account, nobody has access to it, they only depends on their subventions and so on. And that it needs to be regulated in the Act. But that does not meet the criteria for a private member's bill. It can only come as a government bill. So we will engage the ministry to see how best they can come up with those amendments. And many other things that cannot meet the criteria for bringing a private member's bill. Because as far as you know, a private member's bill cannot come giving effect to charge in the Consolidated Revenue Fund. We are limited to do that. And the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai, he also echoed on similar comments like the Honorable nominated member, and he is also advocating for traditional medicine. If you could recall, when the Pan-African Parliament report was late here, there was a resolution on traditional medicine, and I said this is a step in the right direction, and be assured a bill is under promulgation, that is the Medicines and Related, the Traditional Medicine Act 2023 is already under promulgation, and it will come to this very parliament very soon for enactment. Because as you said, coming from the provinces too, I know what are some of these traditional medicine, but it needs to be regulated. We can't just give a free pass to it. So that's why it is coming in a form of bill for us to regulate it better. So I think basically that's what I have, unless if I skip any other thing.
Observation.
Unless if I skip any other thing, please observation.
Observation.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think you only skipped one question which I asked, which was about the Medicines and Related Products Act. Do you have any plans of overhauling it since many gaps were realized as per the AKI report?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. I think I did mention it. There are certain provisions in that act that the committee cannot bring as a private member's bill, likewise any other national medicine member. But the consultation is ongoing, and the ministry is determined to bring in an amendment or even a total overhaul of the medical regime in the country to make sure they bring a bill, and then we sanitize whatever, we tighten whatever gap that is loose in some of this. It's not only that there are many other obsolete acts in the health system. So they all need to be reviewed and then bring here for enactment. But as far as I am concerned, we are limited in that, so we can only do the advocacy through the ministry for them to bring it. So basically that's what I have, and then in the absence of any other thing, I want to thank everybody, especially honorable members, and equally want to thank the two leaders of the parliament, that's the majority leader, the minority leader, who have been very supportive, who have been definitely very understanding too. Likewise, the office of the clerk, I definitely have to thank you, and then I want to upload the legal office of the clerk, because once I conceived, did my research, send it to them. They have been going up and down. Even late night, they will call me to maybe tighten here and there. We are definitely blessed that we have the brains here now, in-house. Whosoever is interested to bring a private member's bill, just consult them, and they will do the needful. So definitely, Office of the Clerk, congratulations, and thank you so much. We are grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Thank you. Motion. Be it resolved.
Clerk. Read the subtitle.
Bill. Second reading of the Medicines and Related Products Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 68.1 of the Standing Orders, the bill is hereby referred to the Assembly Business Committee for committal to either a committee or committee of the whole Assembly. Thank you. Clerk.
Thank you. Motion be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, stepping in for the Minister for Tourism and Culture.
When is the majority? The Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I respectfully move that the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibition and prevention or preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural properties be ratified by this August Assembly. Introduction: the Gambia has many of its cultural heritage outside of the Gambia in Western museums. This is because of the colonial experience when colonial officials looted and or illicitly removed objects of spiritual, religious, cultural, or natural heritage as war booty or merely seized to satisfy their curiosity and collectors' habits. When Musa Molo, king of Fuladu, was arrested and exiled to Sierra Leone in 1919, his collection of jujus, guns, and ostrich were confiscated. Most found themselves in the hands of British Museum or private collectors. For the Sidlas war drum, or tabala, was seized and taken to UK in 1893, when the Emir of Combo was deposed and exiled to St. Louis in the present-day Senegal. Cultural objects were looted by British soldiers and officials from the Sankandi and Bateling in 1901, and from Salikenye following punitive expedition by British soldiers in 1894. In his memoir, Captain Huntley, who was governor of the Gambia in 1841, said local drums and string instruments seized from griots in battles were taken to the British Museum in 1842. Indeed, from almost every Gambian constituency, cultural objects have been taken away from and are found in Western museums, including the British Museum. In 2018, the French President Macron initiated a task force to look into the issue of African cultural objects found in Western museums and collectors. The Savoy Sarr report, named after two experts, Féolin Sarr and Benedict Savoy, who undertook the research, has listed 35 objects from the Gambia found in the Musée de Coy Branly in Paris alone. This is an indication of the huge amounts of Gambian heritage lodged in foreign hands. The Gambia should therefore ratify this UNESCO 1970 convention before you, the honorable members, for the following reasons. 1. As we speak, there is a groundswell of efforts in the ECOWAS space for the restitution of cultural goods illegally taken outside of Africa, mostly during colonial rule. ECOWAS Heads of State Summit in 2019 ratified the ECOWAS 2019-2023 Action Plan on Restitution and appointed His Excellency P. Talon, President of Benin, as ECOWAS champion for restitution. Benin has so far worked out diplomatic agreements with France, and 23 objects taken out of Dalme Kingdom in 1890s have been restituted. Nigeria had hundreds of Benin bronzes restituted. Senegal has had the sword of Sir Omar Foutiyou Tall restituted. All told, there is earnest movement towards restitution. The Gambia will not be left behind when we ratify this important UNESCO convention. Specifically, the Gambia has hundreds of cultural objects, archival documents strewn in Western museums. The SARS Savoy report commissioned by President Macron in 2019 has revealed that Francis Quayle Branly Museum has in its catalogue over 35 cultural objects taken from the Gambia from the 1880s to 1905. Our ratification of the UNESCO 1970 Convention will assist us to start the diplomatic discussions to ask for restitution. Restitution is a human right. The 1997 Constitution of the Gambia provides for cultural rights for all Gambian citizens. The citizens of our republic have the cultural right to access the handiwork of their ancestors as inheritors in these cultural goods found abroad for enjoyment, education, and research. These cultural objects belong to our national patrimony. Restitution will enhance our cultural milieu, enrich museum collections, promote tourism, hype up our sense of national identity, and restore African dignity. Our ratification will enhance our cultural standing. The Gambia government is building a mausoleum and a museum for the founding President Alhagie Sadauda Kairaba Jawara of blessed memory at the National Assembly premises. The edifice will be, when completed, the first purpose-built museum in the Gambia. It will be able to handle some objects restituted from the foreign museums, including photos and objects linked to Sadauda and the Gambian struggle for independence. Ratification will help the Gambia better protect its rich archaeological sites, such as the Stone Circles, Kunta Kinde Island, Berefet, Sani Mentereng, Kachikali, Folonko, Tamba Sansang, Pirai Tenda ruins, etc., from pillage and looting. Once we ratify, UNESCO 1970 Convention Secretariat will avail the Gambia technical assistance, capacity building, and advocacy for restitution, including training on restitution and return advocacy for the relevant select committees of this House. Consultation. The Ministry of Tourism and Culture has initiated consultation with relevant stakeholders on the Convention since 2021. In that year, an ECOWAS advocacy mission led by ECOWAS Commissioner for Social Affairs visited the Gambia for 5 days and met the stakeholders to update their understanding of the UNESCO 1970 Convention. They met National Center for Arts and Culture. They met the National Center for Arts and Culture Board, Ministry of Tourism and Culture officials, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Justice, the Chairman National Assembly Select Committee for Culture and his committee, and tour guides and museum curators. These working sessions were very useful as the stakeholders were taken through the 1970 UNESCO Convention, its provisions, benefits that could accrue after ratification. Therefore, there is a local committee comprising technicians in heritage and law on the restitution issue. In May 2023, the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture visited Abuja, Nigeria, and was also briefed by ECOWAS staff on the need for Gambian ratification of the convention. Furthermore, 2 staff of the National Center for Arts and Culture have received training on the UNESCO 1970 Convention in Accra in July 2023 and in Dakar in March 2023. The National Center for Arts and Culture Act 2003, the Gambia Culture Policy of 2018 to 2028 have expressed provisions for the prohibition of export and set terms of export permits for heritage. Therefore, the provisions of the 1970 Convention are fully domesticated in the NCAC Act of 2006 and the 2018 Arts and Culture Policy. The NCAC Act 2003, the Gambia Arts and Culture Policy, for example, provide amply for protection of heritage by setting requirements for export of cultural property, as in Section 37 to 43 of the NCA Act of 2003. No permit shall authorize the removal from the Gambia of any ethnographical article except through a recognized custom port or airport, says Section 41(2) of the Act. There is a provision in this law for compulsory purchase of ethnographical articles by the NCA when it deems it fit to save an object. Gambian law also protects archaeological sites from illicit excavation and illegal retention of objects found therein, as in Section 27(1), which provides that a person shall not, without any written consent of the center, excavate an ancient monument or ancient working. The NCAC Act also provides for the protection and regulation of activities of museums and galleries through a licensing system in Section 31(1). This helps in regulating the retention, display, and disposal of heritage objects. These provisions in the Act help to regulate art and ethnographical object market players, cultural good dealers, and exporters. The Act also calls for national inventory of heritage objects and sites. Currently, there is an ongoing activity to inventory the built heritage of Banjul, the Gambian capital, with support from UNESCO. Financial commitments. Ratification of the 1970 UNESCO Convention does not require any financial commitment from the government. Prayer and recommendation. The honorable members are hereby requested to approve the ratification of UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, I beg to move on those terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder? The member for Upper Salu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for bringing in a very important ratification to this Parliament, particularly dealing with our artifacts. And it's very clear that the reason why some of them, they prefer to write our history is some of these things, actually, because they've stolen our items for quite a very long time, just to kind of erase our history of this continent. And I urge the historian of this country to try to rewrite the history of the African people. Honorable Speaker, this convention by UNESCO And first, I must also want to thank the ECOWAS for their stand, particularly His Excellency Talon, for taking the lead to ensure that all these illicit or looted items that belong to the African people is actually returned. But I think I may even further go and state that these artifacts actually have been making millions for them in their museums or in museums across the, across the world, particularly in the British. I think the President, Talon, who's been tasked to oversee, must also start to work on refunding monies that were earned by these museums for things they stole from the African continent. They need to start to work on those. Now, if you have the opportunity to visit some of these museums, you realize a lot of history is being kept. Again, they're trying to erase the history of the African people for their own selfish interest. This ratification, I think, is important. And I think it cannot come at a better time when Africa is trying to be itself for quite a very long time. I know for now, they've only seen maybe 35 objects for now. And I think we must do all what we can as a parliament to ratify so that the president actually can complete the process so that we can bring back artifacts that belong to the Gambia. These artifacts are actually important because if you talk about, Fode Silla or Musa Mola and among others, what they have done for this country in terms of resisting, particularly our culture and also Islamic beliefs. So I think it's important that we start to celebrate them. We need to bring these artifacts where we can house them and to be able to teach our own children what they have done for this particular country. And, Honorable Speaker, I think it's also quite important to also state that this parliament must be able to stand and support the creation of a new museum for the National Council of Arts and Culture. We need to have that. These artifacts must have a home. These artifacts must have, in fact, a well-furnished home. You go to the National Museum now, everybody knows exactly where it is. But it is so small. And we need to support the ministry and support the NCAC to ensure we build a very formidable home for these artifacts so that people can go and visit. Students can go and visit. The tourists can actually go and visit to see exactly what the Gambians actually have done for the past few years. Again, I think it's really very straightforward because it has not contravened the sovereignty of the country and there's no financial implications. And these are the two very fundamental issues that we need to look at as a parliament. So I want to thank the minister for bringing such a ratification to the parliament, and I don't think there will be any issues on this. But I must urge also the members of parliament to, particularly the Committee on Tourism, to work with the stakeholders to ensure we support the building of a very, very, very good home for these artifacts, together with other artifacts we have in this country. We must preserve our history, and we must rewrite our own history. We must not depend on people outside this Gambia or outside this Africa to write our own history. I want to thank you, and I want to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for seconding the motion. I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honourable Assembly do consider the UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Majority Leader, you wanted to say something before the...
We just want to apologize to the entire House. The dinner is not provided. So as a result of procurement issues, it was late, and then also apologize and want to sincerely apologize on his behalf. And we will thank you so much for your understanding. If you can sort an intervention.
Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. No? Actually, you are fourth on the list. Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, having said that, I think I will be very brief. knowing that promise has been made and then it wasn't met. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for stepping in for Minister of Tourism, Art and Culture. It's very, very apt, and we want to thank the government of the Gambia for aligning themselves with the UNESCO Convention in trying to trace our history. Culture is very important. Culture creates identity of who we are as an Africans. So, as a matter of fact, cultural artifacts speaks a lot about us. So I think it's important that we join this movement that will help us, or this convention, to retrieve those valuable cultures and bring them back to our museum and make them attractive. One thing we are really actually losing or failing to do as a country is how to connect tourism and culture. Over the years, tourism is the focus, how to create bumper tourist market, how to create hotels, how to bring in tourism here and then earn money. But we are also losing sight in connecting the cultural aspect of it. We need to promote our culture through tourism. So tourism and culture must be speaking in line. And I can see the trajectory of the Ministry of Tourism is now how do you promote culture through tourism. So I think when this is approved, it will serve as a mechanism whereby when we lay our hand on these stolen cultural artifacts, we can really equip our museums. It serves as a revenue generation. The benefit of this thing is a lot. So not only bringing tourism, enjoying our sunshine, our beaches, and go back. You need to attract them by creating that cultural artifacts, that museums, taking them to up countries, ecotourism, and co. So I think without wasting more time, we are in support of this bill, and then we want to avail the entire Parliament to really support this bill at the soonest possible time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member for Central Baribo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this convention ratification is long overdue. The convention that has been in place since 1970, and I believe this Parliament will do justice in ratifying something that is there to promote our culture, our identity, who we are as Africans. Honorable Speaker, our culture has been arrested, and our cultural artifacts were looted, taken outside this continent. So if you have a convention that is reclaiming our lost glory, our lost symbol, our lost identity, I think it will have a smooth sail on the floor of this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, of recent, Benin, due to restitution, they reclaimed a symbol that worth millions of dollars or in euros. These artifacts that we're talking of, what the Honorable Minister made mention of in the various parts of the country, everybody will see yourself in. Everybody will begin to learn something happened in this country. This is going to build the interest in research, and it will also promote interest of students to do history, to learn history, to learn what happened in the past. Honorable Speaker, our tourism, as alluded by the majority leader, should not be focused on the sunshine or the beaches. But the culture, how we are as Gambians, will also need to be known to outside world. But we can only know it through the heroic deeds of our people. Make mention of Samori Toure, Musa Molo, for the Kombosilla, for the Kabadumbuya. And we have great warriors in Baribu Salikenya, too, who are not also mentioned. We have, the 4 days, we have a lot of 4 days in Salikenya. So those 4 days also had confrontation with the British. And British, as stated, they attacked Salikeje and took some of our resources away. Up to now, they are not found. But if we can ratify this, we will have access in their museum to bring them back to this country. Honorable Speaker, the museum that is now constructed at the former president's tomb, I have a recommendation. This parliament, the Ministry of Tourism need to come with a budget. We need a modern art museum in this country that can accommodate these resources that we are trying to bring back. It's not this. This area is too small. We need to progress. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's not limited to only tabulos. Even our valuable resources, our gold mines, we are taken away. So I think it's high time we pass or we ratify this noble convention and we start resourcing the museum, the arts and culture. Is not well resourced, Honorable Speaker. If you travel outside the country, you see arts and culture in other countries. Gambia is a shame. It's an insult. Even its location is an insult to the entire nation. So it's high time this parliament, we really look at it. We try to find a land to relocate them and build them a structure to preserve our heritage. I thank you all, and I believe it's not controversial, but today is not a lecture that we are giving, but we will learn something that will warrant us to get something from the people who came here, abused us, robbed us, enslaved us, jailed us, to at least have our valuable resources back. I thank you for bringing this convention, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Member for Central Badibu. I now invite the Member for Opanyomi and Majority Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I just thank the Minister for stepping in for the Minister of Tourism in order to lay this motion before the members. Honorable Speaker, the motion before us is to ratify prohibition and prevention of illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural properties. And this has been a convention since 1970. I don't know the reason why it's coming now, because since 1970 there were parliaments that were existing in this country. Why bringing it now? So as has been mentioned by the Honorable Member for Central Badibu, it's long overdue. So we should have had this ratified a long time ago. Honorable Speaker, when this bill is ratified, it's going to resuscitate our culture and our identity, no doubt. And it's going to rejuvenate our history and bring in appetite into our history as well. And the Honorable Minister mentioned about Kunta Kinte Island. There were objects that were stolen from that place. But like I can tell you that, Honorable Minister, the island is in dangerous situation, and it needs to be restored. The island is being eroded by the sea. We have lost the original size, and day in, day out, it's getting eroded. And we have been talking, advocating for it to be reclaimed to its normal size, so that the future generation coming can benefit from what has been transpiring in that island. So I think and I hope that when these items are recovered, and the proceed has been mentioned by Honorable Member for Upper Salem, these items have been, bringing a lot of money for those people who have stolen them from us, the British and the French. They should also come up with a compensation mechanism for making us losing a lot of millions of dollars or pounds or whatsoever. And when those monies are available to us, it should be used to develop those historical places that have been mentioned in your motion. And therefore, in order not to take the more time of the Assembly, thank you so much for laying this particular motion before us, and I urge members to support it. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite the member for Talending Kunyang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. They say better late than never. Members are decrying the lateness of the better late than never. It is very important for Gambia to be part of this treaty, for the National Assembly to ratify this treaty. Hearing from the mover of the motion and going through a few clauses that I had the opportunity to look at just now, this will go a long way to revamp our arts and culture unit or department, etc. Every country has a history, and we teach this history to our kids. That's why we have them in the curriculum. And I'm happy that the mover of the motion said something about Fode, Musa Molo, Fode Kaba, etc. And some of these items are not found in our museums, and their stories are in our history books. And there are so many history literature in our history books that could have been very enriching had the artifacts been available somewhere for the people to see, but they're not there. We just read it just in our books, but there's no imaginary thing in front of you as a student to feel the living history of your country. And this is missing. That's why even the love of history as a subject, it cannot be promoted, cannot be enriched in the schools. When the artifacts that should help it are missing. Before I forget, I did drums up a question in my mind. I don't know, the mover of the motion might not be in the position to ask it, but the technician is behind it, I don't know. Is the Gambia in position of an inventory, some sort of all these potential artifacts that we might have, that might have been stolen, or we might have missed in some sort? If the Gambia or the Department of Arts and Culture with an inventory of this kind, so that we know what they are pursuing, we know what you're going to claim, or is it from henceforth after signing this agreement they are going to engage in a research to find out whether they are going to roam between museum to museum to look for it also. But I want to know if there is already an inventory of some of these very important this thing. I read one or two. I understand being part of this treaty will avail state parties, to promote the development and establishment of scientific and technical institutions, laboratories, museums, and etc. This is Article 5C. This interests me a lot because sometimes these museums, developed countries, have developed scientifically to enrich some of these scientific artifacts they have discovered. And then they have laboratories to look at them and study them. I know, I'm sure, I don't think it's a speculation if I say there's no laboratory concerning these kind of things. We don't have the scientific technology to even look at artifacts and say how long have they been underground. In which year this might be. They have those things. So I know the developed countries are parties to this convention, to this treaty. So if Gambia becomes part of this treaty, we can share this technology with these state parties that are parties to this. So this is beneficial. And also, I see supervision of archaeological excavations. I don't think this is taking place in the Gambia, but we could have places where if we dig further, old settlements, we can have, you know, a lot of enriching artifacts that tells us past generations that this country has gone through. So if some of these things, we've never explored them, this agreement is going to expose us to those things. So I think, generally, I give my total support to the ratification of this treaty. And I hope, like previous members have said, what is more fundamental about this retrieving some of these stolen or lost artifacts is, if we bring them, where will you keep them? And that tells you, in modern countries, in developed countries, you see how they invest in museums. If we want to portray that we love our culture, we want to teach future generations the importance of culture and tradition on our patrimony, we must invest in where they are kept. I'm sure if now you bring some of those artifacts to our National Museum now, they will never forgive you if they had a soul to complain, because of the way they are kept there, the status of where they are now, and where our National Museum is. So it is crucial that the standard, we have a very good standard National Museum that is up to date, that can accommodate these artifacts we are going to claim. And that gives a good impression of us as a country that we respect our heritage. And I believe that the ministry, if I did not misquote the mover, he did mention something like that, and I think they will do everything possible to ensure that those things happen after ratifying this thing, because I have no doubt that members do not have any objection to this. This is something that we all need. We all have to enrich our history. We all need to ensure that, you know, Honorable Member Mbow raised a very important issue, claiming the income that the people that have stolen these historical facts have generated. I have not gone through the whole treaty myself. I don't know whether there is avenue to pursue those ones. If there is, it's definitely on track to do that. Definitely. With those few remarks, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Talending. I now give the floor to the Member for Fonya Councillor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the mover of the motion for this. You know, I could also concur with members. You know, it's at this best time. You know, my issue with this is, we know the UNESCO Convention is in line and is for the best interests of us claiming our ownership. And I believe in those claims, this is a convention that we are ratifying, but I also believe if measures are put in place for us to recover our objects from various affected countries that had looted happily with torturing minds of our people. And today, you know, you could see a lot of affection that has reigned to Africa and more so our country as large. You know, there must be strengthened measures that they need to pay as much as the way we are affected. You know, it's not only, okay, we in France, as the Honorable Minister has alluded, about 35, you know, seen so far. You know, I believe in our colony, British, Britain, maybe more. So these are all issues that I think is greatly affecting the well-being of Africa. And we will never forgive them. And we will continue to pray that forgiveness will not be done unless and until it is brought with a heavy compensation to the lost glory of our culture and a lot of heritage that they have also distorted. And I also believe the arts and culture, the director is also here. It is time for us to rewrite our history. It is time for us to, inform our people what had happened. You could see a West will come and teach us our history and also tell us this is what has happened. So when we have our own, we'll be able to at least give proper references. The life of Musa Molos, the Four Silas, these are great people. But today, they were captured and maltreated. A lot of things that they have did. So I think Africa will never forgive the West unless and until, as I've seen, thing in UN where the French president publicly announced and said forgiveness for Africa. I think the onus is on them to at least reflect back. Today, most of those countries are made great of their resources, great of a lot of men in terms of their production is because of Africa. So with this convention, I don't think we will waste much time in this, and I think it's in the best interest of us. And he has also alluded that based on this, training is also anchored in this, where staffs have also benefited. Honorable Speaker, I will also agree with members, that the National Assembly is used as a reference where they're building, where some of these artifacts will be put in place. I think it's high time for us to develop better mechanisms, for us to have structures that will be fit for purpose. This is the National Assembly, and we are thinking of expanding the National Assembly to build and accommodate members in other areas. If we could still have this comparted here, sooner or later, they will also think of moving to another direction. So I think with Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, they should make this as a priority to see where they can locate this, seek for funding, include it in the budget to make sure we have a standard museum. When you travel to other countries, when you look at their museum, you will even think of ours, where if you look at it surrounded by the State House, it's not even durable. If you look at the artifacts that are there, a lot of challenges that they are facing. So when we have it a better place, better environment, well-built and polished, it will also serve as an instrumental thing for us. So, Honorable Speaker, I believe that with this, the convention is in the right track, and our culture, our values, what they have did to our forefathers, great-great-grannies of that continent of Africa, it is high time for us to put a mechanism so as for us to charge them. They should face consequences. Not only returning it free and they go and say, okay, this is a year. And sometimes the saddest thing of it is when they are doing their presentation and say, okay, these are African artifacts, they're here. You don't even see any remorse on their presentation. So I believe they owe a lot explanation, and they owe a lot of compensation to the African people. And I also thank the ECOWAS for their stand to see that this continental or countries within the ECOWAS region and most of Africa in the restoration of some of those remains or objects. We are in it, and we believe that is the best way that we can, and also for the betterment of our country. And I also solemnly agree with members that Minister of Tourism and Arts and Culture should look at a specific land that they will be able to at least look for funding in conformity with international standard. UNESCO, after passing or ratifying this, could also gain a lot of attractions and revenue, so as for us to see, not only seeing that story building here, in the National Assembly. For what? And if you look at our National Museum, go there. You see the way it is. It is environmental friendly? No. So I think it's high time, if we are really serious as a country, we are really serious to make sure we safeguard the artifacts of history, not to be distorted. I think we could better do it and also seek for better location. Honorable Speaker, with that I think I can end here, and we are in line. For this, it has no problem, and we are happily to say that we will see the remains of our forefathers and the remains of our great, great fighters that had even built Europe to be Europe. And today, they are even happy. And they've also used those materials, expired, and they have gained a lot of revenue. So I think we could also be backdating in terms of asking for dues. When was it taken? We can calculate periodically, yearly, and so that we surcharge them for the failure to loot our resources happily and maltreat our forefathers for only their benefit. You know, it's sad. Look at the pre-colonial era or the history. You know, they sell mirrors for our people, tobacco, whatever, simply facts. You know, so it's really sad. So that's why we will not forgive them, the West. Either they know it or they know. We will never forgive them, and history will continue to narrate, and we are asking them to pay back all the defects that we have faced as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I also take this as an opportunity to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for tabling this for ratification. I will also thank the Line Ministry and also the Directorate, since I was opportune to work with them before coming to this place. So I was introduced to many of their activities and plans before coming here. So I thank the Director for a hard job that he is continuing. Honorable Speaker, I will also thank the French president who came with that thought, because many presidents has passed through that, and many presidents are in the West that who never thought that way. Like my colleagues alluded, or the Honorable Minister, artifacts of 35 species found in France alone. Then in all together, in totality, in the Europes and Americas, imagine, do that mathematics, imagine how many will be lying there for the Gambia alone. So that is a big thing in totality. And the importance of these artifacts cannot be overemphasized. Some of my colleagues have mentioned it here that it generates income, obviously, and that taken from the period that these artifacts were gathered in the overseas to date, who knows how many income is generated for those nations? How many income have we lost over the period? Honorable Speaker, the importance are numerous. I can spend the whole night mentioning them. One of them, as you can attest, identification. Artifacts belongs to. Artifacts help you identify a group of people or a culture of a particular people. An example is some of the artifacts that ourselves we have within us here. By interacting or seeing it, you don't need to question. You yourself can really attest to which of the tribe or which region or which area or which group of people it belongs to. Another important thing is tourist attraction. It can also help on employment generation. So the importance are numerous. One most important that I attach to them are appreciation and communication. Artifacts
are well known for appreciation. In the olden days, our great-grandparents used to give each other presents in the form of artifacts, and these are well appreciated, and it goes a long way, building communication between two or a group of people. And yet still, some of these artifacts are used to present from a nation to another nation for appreciation. So therefore, supporting or ratifying this UNESCO instrument is very important to this August Assembly. So I don't hesitate joining my friends, and equally, I know all the members in the Parliament were waiting for this important instrument to come before us for ratification. Another important aspect that I will not left behind is the issue of compensations that they said. Yes, a lot of income must have been generated. As I alluded earlier, a lot of income that we have also forfeited in this, our own materials that were taken away from us. So how best, or how will we channel to see that we receive some compensations? The other aspect is that through this, the depression and the pressure that we have received from our great-grandparents, people like Musa Molo, as mentioned, cannot be forgotten. It will go a long way before we forget this. So, in conclusion, getting back these materials will also help our university as an institution of education for research, and it will go a long way in supporting our students to read the history of the Gambia. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Nyamina West. I now give the floor to the Member for Woolly East.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we thank the Attorney General and Minister of Justice for standing for the Tourism Minister to bring this very important motion to ratify this convention, UNESCO Convention. Honorable Speaker, we have ratified the underwater artifacts here, which was also very interesting. It's almost the same thing, except that that one is underwater, this one is general. But they are all the same. This is very important to us because we are talking about prehistory, we're talking about history, we're talking about our literature, past literature, and we're also talking about archaeology. So people who have stolen that, people who have looted those things through illicit trafficking, etc., of our cultural property, is what we are talking about. What did that deprive us of? It deprives us of our culture, of our dignity, of our knowledge, of our pride, and all those things. You will remember that one of the European countries, I cannot remember whether it's France or UK, that stole the voodoo god, symbolizing the voodoo god in Benin. And they were following that until they got it. But when they got it, you could see the celebration. It looks like their god has disappeared. Their whole life was dependent on that god. All the belief was on that god. But when they took that symbol, it's like the god itself has disappeared. And that has damaged their whole spirit. Their whole spirit is damaged. So that's what it has done to us. When you take these things away, you definitely make us lost. And they say where you don't know where you come from, you wouldn't know where to go. And that is what is happening to Africans. Since many people are lost from where they come from, they are yearning to reach somewhere, and they cannot reach there, another culture, and they have lost their culture. So the culture of the African is with the so-called illiterate people of Africa. People have not gone to these conventional schools. They are the custodians of the African knowledge. And I believe we must go back to those people. They will tell us the history that they have. The rest will be achieved through archaeological means. Honorable Speaker, like I said, we have been disconnected from our culture. And we must commend the ministry to help us to make sense of this lost heritage. And so many restrictions were placed so that we will not be connected to these heritages. And still now, whether we know it or not, this is continuing. Because our countries are considered poor, and our people are poor. When they produce these things, they still cheaply sell it to these people, and they just take it. And like the minister said, sometimes they'll even come to Africa to fight. And when they are going, they loot these things and go away with them. So this convention is here to help us to ensure that that does not happen. And I believe what other members have said is to begin now, so that what we have missed then, our children and our grandchildren will not miss that. Our people have been producing hoes. They've produced axe. They've been dealing with iron for a long time, hundreds of years. They've produced spears, and so on and so forth. And some of those things are still with us. So before they all get lost, our blacksmiths had furnaces, tunkam. They were producing iron. They were turning iron into anything that they want to turn it into. Any tool that the society required, the blacksmiths would do this. And the people were entirely dependent on their own tools, their own materials to survive. And our people were also producing autography. Whether we know it or not, it's just got lost. They had their own writing. But all those things got lost until the Europeans come and even tell us that we don't have a civilization, which was a lie. We had civilization. They've made all those things to disappear. Some of them were disappeared through disasters, others through wars, etc., etc. But we had all those things. So our history must be rewritten As I said, we must continue to collect those things and build durable museums and put all those artifacts back to ensure that our children do not lose the opportunity that we have lost. I know even now you have people who have written the Quran, translated the Quran into Mandinka, into Pla, into Wolof. And those manuscripts are still with them. If you go to my home, when the people are translating the Quran, they don't just stand up and translate. They will read the Arabic version and they will read the Mandinka version, and all that is written by them. And that is perfect. The way it is written is perfect, and those manuscripts have been written very long time ago. So we don't need to miss all those things. Our weaving materials are there. When I was young, I have never used, in my 5 years, the only cloth I have used was the khaki, going to school. My mother and the weaver were producing all the clothing that we require. Those weaving materials are still there before they get lost. So we thank you very much for coming up with this motion to ratify this very important convention so that we join nations that are protecting their historical artifacts. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Member for Woolly East. I now give the floor to the Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Minister made reference to Ministry of Tourism, and I want to believe UNESCO's engagement with the National Assembly Select Committee on Tourism. Precisely, this was about 2 years ago on this convention and other conventions as well. We are sensitized on these conventions, and we gave them our blessing that August Assembly will stand to ensure the conventions are ratified. One came, that was the underwater artifacts, as mentioned by Honorable Member for Woolly East. And today this other one came. And we want to commend the Ministry of Tourism as well as the National Center for Arts and Culture for the effort that they have made to ensure these conventions early before the August Assembly ratification. The convention is or was adopted way back 1970. I think one may not wonder whether it has not been signed to. Of course, it could be a question that one may ask because an incident happened here last week, so that we are not confronted with that kind of scenario to ratify something that the nation is not a signatory to. I believe that's not the case. Thank you. Now, therefore, as alluded earlier on by the previous speakers, it's long overdue. Since 1970, important thing like this not ratified. We've missed a lot. And I believe if we are to go by the objects of the convention, we'll get back to our stolen artifacts. In doing so, we should also be prepared to upgrade our National Museum. The one that we have, I don't think, will be that spacious enough to accommodate these artifacts. they are going to attract a lot of tourists, both domestic and international. And therefore, Honorable Minister, we urge you to put into consideration the upgrading of our National Museum. Honorable Speaker, I want to recall when we were adopting the Underwater Convention, a lot of suggestions were advanced to the Minister.
Minority? I'm not sure whether there is another session. Who is the speaker down there? Is that the Women Caucus? Who is your speaker? We apologize for interruption, sorry. Okay, Minority, continue.
A lot of suggestions were advanced when we were dealing with that particular convention ratifying. Among them, reviving the river transportation. And we were highly promised that that is going to put into consideration. The ministry will work towards that. I'm not sure whether we are in that move. And then we are coming with this one. We are making suggestions. If we are to go for the ratification, we are anticipating that the ministry will endeavor to retrieve all these stolen artifacts in the soonest possible time. In trying to anticipate that, of course, as I said earlier on, let's put at the back of our mind that there is that great deal of need to upgrade our National Museum. The mausoleum here would not be spacious to accommodate these attractive artifacts. That is my take, Honorable Minister. Having said so, let me once more thank the ministry. And the ministry again, the National Center for Arts and Culture. I think this is an area that tourism ministry should endeavor to give them all the support necessary so that our culture is promoted. They have the vision, they have the interest to promote our culture. But I have the belief and feeling that they are under-resourced in their bid to promote their culture. And this is where the ministry can tap, can attract. We cannot rely on only the beach. Our culture, the tourists are interested to know our culture, to explore our culture. Yes, the beach can be an addition. The one that is so dear and rich, that is our culture. If National Center for Arts and Culture is supported, fully resourced, honestly, we can use our culture immensely to promote our tourism. This is one way to do, but a lot can be done if we venture into giving enough resources to National Center for Arts and Culture so that our culture can be promoted. Our youngs can be taught about our culture. And then we learn a lot what our culture is. That is a take, Honorable Minister. On that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Birkama North. I now invite the member for Banjul North. He's out. The member for Passe. Are you also out? I'm going to jump you. All right. The member for Basse.
Mr. Speaker, you made a mistake. It's Banjul Central, not Banjul North. You wrote Banjul North. It's a mistake from your end. He wasn't here all along.
Okay. I'll come to you after Joshua. The member for Joshua. Bassey is out. I called him, he didn't take the floor. Member for Joshua, please, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, he was rectifying you.
Joshua, please have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for representing the Honorable Minister of Tourism. Honorable Speaker, I think I will start with the motion, just at the last point, and transfer of ownership of cultural properties. Transfer of ownership.
Islamic microfinance is becoming an increasingly popular mechanism for poverty alleviation, especially for developing countries around the world. This microfinance service adheres to the principles of Islam as a form of social responsibility. Yona Islamic Microfinance is the Islamic microfinance of choice in the Gambia, trustworthy and reliable. At Yona Islamic Microfinance, we provide savings products, current accounts, financing products in conformity with Islam. In addition, Yona Islamic Microfinance also offers local and international remittances, takaful fund, management of zakat, management of awqaf, trading and investment, and building of strategic partnerships to bring financial services to the doorstep of the poor with donor projects, madrasas, youth organizations, women groups, and farmer organizations. Make a choice with Yona Islamic Microfinance today. For more information on Yona Islamic Microfinance, call 377-2151 or 9832-151 or visit Yona head office at Tipa Garage, Bakote, or visit any Yona branch located countrywide near you.
I get it. Albaka.
Mbaka important.
Yo, nga transfer la sto.
Ya transfer la sto.
Ha, code nyinji.
Okay. Korsa nsila ID soto.
Ha, sa soto. Sorry. I get it.
Bijan bro.
Albaka.
Mbaka.
Bara alla service o tariya.
Ha,
mbare mo ki janna nun kunu bara tariya.
Jannom yona forest de bureau. Gambia tonkon na no mbari ya bere. Ha. Birim koyna fo kato.
Bari si kodo kino kato nim fo bolong blabe to.
56 branches mola soto Gambia jam.
Ha?
Ha. Gambia kono anin Gambia bantala bankol. Nka kodo kiya bere. Kodo sifa fo falindiro fo nyaadi lafta memmen na kodi to poto nin kodi maraw. Jannom number 1 di nyonta. Andum fana nata anoda